so that we perform our oversight role very well. Before maybe we proceed, I've welcomed you. Let's maybe quickly do a quick introduction. Just go do a quick one. I'm Tutuko Mahlaba, I'm the chair of committees. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Otto Gunene. Thank you.
So one, Tim Bradestate, Chair of SCOPA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Imran Kika, Chair of Health.
Good morning, everyone. Marlene Nair.
Good morning, Ellie, Deputy Chief Whip.
Good morning, everyone. Nolthando Dlamini, Chair of Social Development.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chairperson, Chair of Public Works.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and colleagues. I am Nedis Mapesa, Chairperson of Transport.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Fikile Chazi, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Sawubona Sihlalo nesekela lakho umphathiswa wezezimali osihlalo bonke abakhona ama-officials akhona igama lami ngokwekomiti Kalu nokhombazen.
Sawubona Sihlalo, usekela Sihlalo. Umphathiswa wezezimali olihlalo bonke nabasebenzi besishayamthetho nabaphuma kwi-department. Siyanibingelela. Igama lami nginguMasithole wakwamloyi, usihlalo we-Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee. Ngiyabonga.
Angibingelele kuwena Sihlalo. Ngibingelele kwisekela lakho baba ukunene. To our MCs present, members, support staff, and officials present. My name is Ngamsila Ngwanyana. I'm Chairperson of PPP, that is Public Participation in Petition. Thank you.
Molweni Sihlalo. Molo yonke namhlanje igama lami uFrancois Rodgers ingqongqoshe imali.
Good morning, Sihlalo. Good morning, MEC and honorable members. My name is Siyanda Ngobo, Parliamentary Liaison Officer from Treasury.
Morning, Chairpersons and Honorable MEC. I'm Zipo Pagatis, the Manager of Research and Knowledge Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairs, MECs, colleagues. My name is Nelly Shezi. I work in the Provincial Treasury.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, members, the MEC and other officials. My name is Carol Kutsia. Not Pungoshe Imali, I'm the HOD. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable. Good morning, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chairs, Honorable MSc, colleagues. Let me first and foremost apologize, Honorable Chair, for being late and then introduce myself as Mafika Mndebele, the Chair of Economic Development Tax.
Good morning, Chairperson of Committees and Deputy Chairperson of Committees and all present. My name is Welihle Memela. I'm responsible for parliamentary services at the Legislature.
Greetings to the Chair, Deputy Chair, Chairpersons, MSc, and HOD and colleagues. I'm Zathembiso Nzuza, Senior Manager, Committees.
Morning, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, MSCs, and Honorable Chairpersons and colleagues. My name is Chamsan Ngadladla, Manager in the Office of the Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson of Committees, Deputy Chair, Honorable Chairpersons, MEC, KwaZulu-Natal Committee Support.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as well as all the committee chairpersons and colleagues. My name is Pagamile Njangase, Coordinator for the Committee of Chairpersons.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miss Mbali Mpono from the Office of the Chief Whip.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nogwanda Mkwanazi from the Office of the Chair of Chairs.
Sanibona nonke boyihlalo, sanibona MEC, sanibona niboza kwethu. Igama lami nguZamangwane ngwakaKhanyile, Administrator weCommittee. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Honorable members, without any waste of time, we have few apologies. One from the Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker who are attending the Speakers Forum. Also, the Secretary of the Legislature is with them. Also, we have one from the Chief Whip, Honorable Gwala, Honorable de Klerk, Honorable Mkhize. Then it's on his way, Honorable Lungwane as well. In front of us, we have our program, which is going to run through the day. Let me again greet all of you, Honorable Chairpersons, great Honorable Rodgers, MSc Finance, with the team led by the HOD, the management in the Legislature, Mr. Memela, Mr. Zuza, Mr. Dladla, and all our colleagues present. As I said, honorable members, today we'll be covering a number of topics in this workshop. The aim is to empower us to do our oversight work, but also to enable us to, as we discussed in our previous meeting, that we want to make sure that bulk of the program of the legislature now is dominated by reports from portfolio committees than us discussing or debating motions, because most of the time we put motions, but we be honest, you say when last year we had an opportunity to have a meeting with MEC Rodgers. We were discussing a few things. Then we came to discuss also our role as chairpersons in terms of doing oversight. And one of the things that we need or that directly impacts on us is how we do oversight on departments. And most of the time we get to find out about the department spending through reports and through auditor. So thank you very much, MEC, for making time to come and join us. Also, honorable members, we have other which we will then be encouraged that let us engage with them as they are presented to us. Not going to take long. I will now hand over to the MEC Francois Rodgers, to take us through their presentation. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, good morning to all the honourable members and the officials. Chair, just once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to address committee chairs. I think it's important. Chair, and I do this on the back of, which is now common knowledge, that we find ourselves in a really, really difficult financial situation, not because of our own making, but because of historical cuts in the equitable share over the past 10 years. And the baselines that we had 10 years ago, particularly in departments such as health and education, have never, ever returned to those original baselines. So we find ourselves as a province in a situation where if we don't monitor what we're spending and how we're spending, we could well find ourselves in a situation where we run out of money, where we have no cash, which then starts affecting payment of employees and various other critical areas. As at, I think it was end of last month, we again projecting around about 8 billion rand projected deficit. That's an enormous amount of money, which we're not just going to get handed down from National Treasury. I can tell you, Chair and committee chairs, that we had a budget council last week in Pretoria with the National Minister of Finance, and there's no additional allocations in the main. The Minister made it very clear that national government is not going to borrow money. That is not on the table. And also they don't want to increase taxes because they believe that in itself will have a detrimental effect. That means as national government and as provincial government, we have to continue to reprioritize the money that we have and ensure that the money that we have is focused in the right areas. Chairperson, I think you and your committee, particularly Scope and Finance, will know that since I've come into Treasury, areas that I believe we need to focus on is our frontline departments. That is health and education in the main. And that is something that we're working towards in our new budget allocations. Again, I've made it very clear that historical budgeting, what you spent last year on health plus CPI, is not going to get us out of this mess. If you have a lump sum of money call it 165 billion rand. What you have to do is protect education, protect health, whatever is left that is non-frontline departments, they're going to have to make do. But it comes with political pushback, I'm afraid, because everybody on the provincial executive wants to protect their own environment. But I continue to say that as a government, we cannot operate in silos. We need to look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture at this particular juncture in our fiscal challenges is health education. Now, Chair, you will know that the 26-27 financial year, we and the MTF, we're again facing cuts to our equitable share. In the first year, it'll have no impact, 26-27. 27-28, we have to find R1 billion off our baseline. And 28-29, we have to find R1 billion off our baseline. We've managed to avoid the first year by reducing our contingency reserve. Now, I had gone, and the speakers were well aware of this, I had gone to Cabinet with the proposal that those budget cuts do not affect health, education, the legislature, and public works, because those are the biggest challenges. So when it comes to health, I had suggested we protect COE cuts, and education, we protect COE cuts. Public works, we had looked at reducing theirs so that we can catch up on rates outstanding, because we're in a difficult situation where we continue to have to plead our case and have lights switched back on. And the legislature, my proposal was that there was no cut to your baseline at all. Obviously, the provincial executive committee is a democratic body, and I didn't win that, which I'm sad about, because I really think unless we start focusing on those frontline departments, we're going to continue to have challenges in health and in education. In public works, just out of interest to the committee, and particularly to the committee chair, public works, we're now engaging with public works on the disposal of their properties. Now, as you would know, that once any department disposes of any asset, that money has to come back into the provincial account. We are busy finalizing with the public works, and we're hoping that we're going to agree that every single rand and cent that's raised in the sale of assets will go to settling any rates debt, so we can get public works out of that particular mess. So, Chair, it's the dashboard that you're going to see today is critically important that it is monitored on a regular basis. Because what we don't want is departments, when we're under these constraints, is to spend money that they don't have. And I'm afraid they do. And you'll see it clearly today. Now, when you spend money that you don't have, it means you've got to pay the supplier that's provided the goods and services. Now, most of those are SMMEs, emerging businesses who do business with government. And we take 60, 90, 180, in some cases, almost a year to pay those suppliers. We can't do that. Now, the reason departments get themselves into that situation is they look at their budget and they say, but it's in my budget. It's line item, it's budgeted for. The question the CFO, the HOD needs to ask themselves, do I have that money in the bank before I spend it? And the system you're going to see, the dashboard, not only does it have a cash monitoring function in it, but you'll also see expenditure versus income. You'll also see creditors, you'll see debtors. You'll even see a section that deals with capital expenditure on infrastructure. And it's a simple system, Chair. In the past, we had these pages and pages, and you had to wade through all of this information, and hopefully you'd pick up something. Now you can see it at the drop of a hat. And I think this would be an incredible tool for chairpersons and for committees to assist us in stabilizing the situation in the province. Chair, we've also got what I think is an asset in our arsenal, and that's our new Provincial Audit and Risk Committee, who supply quarterly reports on departments. You will know that COGTA, which is the committee Audit and Risk, deals with the departments, and then the Provincial Audit and Risk sends me a report. I would like to urge once again, particularly SCOPA, Finance, and any of the departments, if they need information from those Audit and Risk committees, we need to make that information available. Particularly when it comes to trying to obtain clean audits and turn the province around. The second quarter Provincial Audit and Risk Committee report was really disappointing. That there's a regression, that we're not dealing with issues that are raised by the Auditor General. Now, everybody knows in this room that this is a unique form of a government that we're running in this province. We cannot possibly end this year with a regression in our audit findings. So, Chairperson, with respect to you and all the chairs here, you play a critical role. In my position as MEC of Finance, I'm not popular, I'm afraid. But I never took this job to be popular. I took it to get a job done. But I cannot do it alone. I need support. You will recall at the end of last year, the Premier launched the Financial Recovery Plan, which is another tool that we're going to use to look at where we can save. We're projecting about R1 billion a year. So again, I can shift that money into frontline departments. I can get health, I can get education stabilized. Having said that, Chair, in order for me to do that, I also need to establish an accurate baseline of operational costs for education and health. Education is not so much of a problem. Health is a huge problem. We are really struggling to get accurate figures, and you'll see it in the presentation today, out of the Department of Education. Now, we cannot be in this financial situation and not have accurate information. That has to change, but we continue to engage the Department of Education to try and rectify that. Chair, let me just say on a positive note, this is not, it's not yet public. It still has to go through the National Minister. There is additional funding for the province, Department of Health and the Department of Education. If I remember correctly, Health is getting 1.4 billion and Education is getting 600 million. We are also getting funding for the early retirement packages. You'll remember that government was talking some time ago that people who qualified for early retirement, it's being funded by National Treasury, which is really great. And it means we should save, once that kicks in, and it's the 26-27 year is when it starts, we should be saving about 160 million rand in the first year, reducing in the outer years. So we are trying to work towards finding solutions to reprioritize expenditure. With your permission, Chair, thank you for indulging me. I'd like to hand over to my team who will take you through the technical information.
Yes, you can proceed, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Nelly Shezi. I will start with the first part of the presentation and my HOD will then continue. I think that the presentation that I'm beaming, it's mainly based on the responsibilities that the PFMA gives Provincial Treasury, because as Provincial Treasury, we are very much supposed to align ourselves to what the PFMA says. In terms of the presentation outline, I'm on slide 2. We will look at the establishment of the Provincial Treasury. We will look at budget formulation, and then we will look at in-year monitoring of the budget performance. Section 18 of the PFMA establishes the Provincial Treasury and assigns certain functions. And I think it is quite important that we also touch on that, because as a Provincial Treasury, we also try as much as possible to interpret these sections in such a way that they add value to the province. Section 18.1 says we must prepare the provincial budget, we must exercise control over the implementation management in respect of revenue, expenditure, assets and liabilities of provincial departments and provincial public entities. It says we must ensure that these fiscal policies that we put together do not materially and unreasonably prejudice the national economic policies. In that regard, we're supposed to then make sure that we align ourselves to the national policies. Section 18.2, I think that's another critical section. It says we must issue, as a treasury, we are allowed to issue provincial treasury instructions that are not inconsistent with the PFMA. We must enforce the PFMA and any prescribed national and provincial norms and standards, including any prescribed standards of generally recognized accounting practice in terms of how we prepare the financial statements, as well as the uniform classification systems in provincial departments. It says we must comply with the Division of Revenue Act, and we must monitor and assess that this act is implemented both in the provincial departments as well as provincial public entities. We must monitor and assess the implementation in provincial public entities of the national norms and standards. Again, here it's an area Treasury we are battling with, because we all know provincial public entities have got their boards and their executive authorities, and then sometimes they do think that because they've got boards that they are not accountable to the Provincial Treasury. We may assist provincial departments and entities in building their capacity for efficient, effective, and transparent financial management. We may investigate any system of financial management and internal control applied by the provincial government department, and we must intervene by taking appropriate steps, which may include the withholding of funds to address a serious or persistent material breach of this act by a provincial department or a provincial public entity. We've used that section now in education. We must promptly provide any information required by the National Treasury in terms of the act, and we may do anything further that is necessary to fulfill our responsibilities effectively. We try and do these section 18.2 still in a collaborative manner. We do understand that departments have got their own accounting authorities, accounting officers, but again, we need to be cognizant of the fact that as a provincial treasury, we've got these responsibilities in terms of the PFMA. Section 26, in terms of now, we move on to the budget formulation. We table two budgets as provinces and as national. There is a main budget that gets tabled before the financial year starts, and we normally call that the main budget. Section 26 of the PFMA says that Parliament and each provincial legislature must appropriate money for each financial year for the requirements of the state and the province respectively. It continues in section 27 to say that the minister must table that annual budget before the financial year in the National Assembly, and then the MEC for Finance must table the provincial annual budget for the financial year in the legislature not later than 2 weeks after the tabling of the national annual budget. However, the minister may then approve an extension. I think there's only been one instance where as a province we asked for an extension, but generally it is regarded as us not adhering to the PFMA when we begin to try and table outside of those 2 weeks. So when the national minister tables the budget, then we've got 2 weeks to table our own. In section 29, I think it's also a critical piece of the PFMA For the first time last year, it had to be used, this section. It talks about what happens when an annual budget is not passed before the financial year starts. If an annual budget is not passed before the start of the financial year to which it relates, the revenue fund for the services of the state or the province during the financial year as direct charges to the revenue fund. The funds that are withdrawn or that are used from the revenue fund before the budget is passed may be utilized only for services for which funds were appropriated in the previous annual budget of that financial and may not exceed 45% of the total amount appropriated in the financial year and may not during each of the following months then exceed 10% of the total amount appropriated. So I think this also is an important section. Last year, we were using it for the first time, and it was a challenge both at national and provincial in terms of how we interpret it, but it's there. National Treasury expects the province to submit monthly cash flow, which determines how much money will be transferred to the province's bank account. The equitable share is transferred in a straight line of around 8% monthly. So the province, I'm sure honorable members are aware, we get most of our funds from national equitable share conditional grants. Our equitable share consists about 97% of the budget that we table. So that equitable share is then transferred to us monthly of around 8%. So it's a straight line transfer that comes to the province. So when we craft our own budgets and our own cash flows, we need to make sure that we remain within that 8% usually. Conditional grants are paid as per the grants framework and the province business plans between the National Transferring Department and the Land Function Department. So conditional grants are not transferred on a straight line, but it depends on those business plans. In terms of, again, the budget formulation, annually, the budget formulation starts around June. As Provincial Treasury, we issue the Treasury guidelines. And then around June, we have a technical workshop with all government departments and public entities where we go through what is expected of the departments and the public entities as they put their budgets together, the submission deadlines that are required, the engagements that need to take place before they submit their budgets to Provincial Treasury. That starts in June for the ensuing financial year. So it takes us about 9 months to prepare a budget that the Honorable MSC then tables, that is going to table now. And then at a very high level in quarter 2, we then expect departments to submit their budget submissions. In the next slides, I will indicate the engagements that need to take place between the departments and the relevant portfolio committees before they make their submissions to Provincial Treasury. We then submit to National Treasury. We have MinCombat. We engage with departments in what we call MTEX, and then we engage National Treasury on the benchmarking that is on quarter 4. But at a high level, those are the steps that we go through. Now, in terms of the detail, the departments and entities must involve their portfolio committees during the planning process, particularly around the reprioritization and the impact of national and provincial priorities, unfunded mandates, etc. So this should be done before the submission is finalized and submitted to the Provincial Treasury. The departments and public entities are required to provide evidence or confirmation that portfolio committees were consulted. As Provincial Treasury, when we receive the budget submission, we will look for that confirmation. If that confirmation is not there, we refer it back to the department and indicate that they must go back and engage their portfolio committee before they submit the draft budget to the Provincial Treasury. So I think that for me, that would be the first area where portfolio committees play oversight in understanding what departments have put in their budget submissions to Provincial Treasury. In terms of the alignment of the budget, the strat plans are a responsibility of the APPs. The oversight there is played by the Office of the Premier. We do invite the Office of the Premier to the Treasury Guidelines workshop so that they can also take departments through what is required. However, at the moment, we do still see some misalignment between the budgets and the APPs or the strat plans. This sometimes is because of the submission deadlines, because first draft budgets must come to the Provincial Treasury around July, whereas the first draft strat plans must be finalized around October. So those dates do then cause that sometimes the first draft budgets come to Treasury without necessarily being aligned to the first draft strat plans. But the Office of the Premier is working with the departments to try and make sure that there is that particular alignment. In the light of the current fiscal challenges that my MEC has alluded to, it is important that careful prioritization is undertaken to ensure core service delivery mandates are adequately funded and that non-critical and non-core service delivery areas of spending are scaled down. Departments are going through a process where they are supposed to implement what National Treasury called targeted and responsible savings. We have trained departments. They are supposed to go through their programs and identify those that are no longer impactful, where government is no longer getting value for money and where communities are no longer getting value for money, and they need to scale those down and reprioritize those funds to high impact projects. Departments at a national level, there is also a standard budget program that we're supposed to align ourselves to. And if we are not aligning to those standard budget programs, we're supposed to get approval from National Treasury. And by the 30th of June, we're supposed to apply for those deviations. But generally, if you look at a budget for the Department of Education in KZN, it should have the same programs as a Department of Education in another province. So that's what that standard program structure refers to. The issue of the organograms and the filling of posts still remains an issue. And also, I just need to highlight that the filling of critical posts is allowed, but departments need to follow the process of getting approval from Treasury, from the point of view of the funds and the honorable premier in terms of whether those posts are critical. So we do remind departments in our engagements in June in terms of that they can fill those posts, but the process that they need to follow. I will then move to the adjustments budget, which is a budget that is tabled mid-year after the National Minister has tabled the medium-term budget policy statement, and also just highlight what the adjustments budget is supposed to entail. The MEC for Finance in the province may table an adjustments that provides for the appropriation of funds that have become available, unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure that is recommended by the Provincial Executive Council, any expenditure in terms of Section 25 of the PFMA, that is the use of funds in emergency situations, money that is to be appropriated for expenditure that the MEC already announced when he tabled the annual budget, the shifting of funds between and within votes, or to follow the transfer of functions in terms of Section 42 of the PFMA, utilization of savings under a main division within a vote. Again, I will go through that in the coming slides. Also, the rollover of unspent funds from the preceding financial year. So the adjustments budget is supposed to cover those things in terms of what the PFMA allows for. Again, Regulation 663 requires that as provinces, we table the adjustments estimates within 30 days of the national adjustments budget being tabled. So when the national minister tables the medium-term budget policy statement, we have 30 days to then prepare our own adjustments as a province and table the same in the provincial legislature. In terms of then moving to the in-year budget performance and expenditure monitoring and the tracking, which is, I think, what the committee is interested in, the accounting officer of a department must each year before the beginning of the financial year provide the relevant treasury in a prescribed format with a breakdown per month of the anticipated revenue and expenditure of the department for the financial year. Here, once the department gets an allocation letter, they are then supposed to sit with their own APPs, with their own strat plans, and do a cash flow, which they submit to Provincial Treasury. Remember, I indicated that on the equitable share, we get 8% straight line from National Treasury, but conditional grants are periodic. However, from our provincial government departments, we do allow them that they need to reflect a cash flow that talks to their APP and to their programs. We will try to remain as a province overall within the 8%, but departments need to show not just a straight line dividing their budget by 12, but indicate where there are peaks in terms of their payments. Example, the Department of Education, they know that in May and in September, they must pay for LTSM. The cash flow that they submit to Treasury must then indicate those peaks in those periods so that the money that we transfer to their bank account reflects those peaks. If they don't reflect those peaks, we'll give them a straight line. So come that month where they have to pay for LTSM transfers to school, then they will say that Treasury did not give them money, but it's because they have not reflected that in their cash flow. That is what this cash flow is all about. So it is quite important that departments do this. We engage with them, we explain to them that they need to do that, but most of the time they don't. What then they will tend to do is that for the first few months, they will spend their full 8%. And in month when they have to transfer to schools, in this example of education, then they will show a peak. Obviously, they have not saved money to fund that peak. So that is what we expect from them. So if they know that in month 4, they will need 10%, then they must spend 7, 7, 7, and then 10 in month 4, because then they've funded that 10% and then they can proceed. So it's quite important. And then in terms of the when they implement their budget, section 424C, the accounting officer of a department must within 15 days of the end of each month submit to the relevant treasury and the executive authority or their MEC the information for the expenditure for that month, the projection of the expected expenditure and revenue collection for the remainder of the current financial year, and when necessary, provide explanation of any material variances and a summary of the steps that are taken to ensure that the projected expenditure and revenue remain within budget. What is material? Norm is that if there's a variance of more than 2%, then there must be an explanation as to why what we have spent is different what we had projected for that particular month, and also the projected end of year position. In terms of the in-year monitoring, we normally call it IYMs. Departments, they submit them monthly, and provincial public entities, they submit them quarterly. These departmental IYMs are submitted to the provincial treasury on the 15th of every month following the reporting month. So the IYM for April will be due to us on the 15th of May. Then we submit a consolidated provincial IYM to the National Treasury on the 22nd. Now, what is important here is that as provincial treasurer, we would also prepare a cabinet memo that talks about the IYM monthly, which explains how the month performed, what is the projected end of year position, and if there are variances that need to be explained, we do provide that. The IYMs that come to treasury must be signed off by the CFO and by the accounting officer or the HOD, so that they confirm that the numbers that we have received are the numbers that they are aware of and that their departments are working on. There are instances where accounting officers do not sign their IYMs, we always refer them back. And there are instances where we receive IYMs that do not have a full explanation of the variances between the projection and the actual for that particular month. We do then refer them back and engage departments on those. The portfolio committees in that regard can engage with their departments. After the 15th, there is an IYM for each department. So you are able to see at the end of each month how the department is performing. But I think the dashboard that my HOD will touch on will also show that. We further on prepare detailed budget performance reports. At the end of the first quarter, around June, July and August, we prepare a detailed first quarter report which looks at the budget performance as well as the projected end of year position. We table this report to the Provincial Executive Committee, and we also use this report in our bilateral engagements that we have with all the departments in around August, where we talk about how they've performed in the first quarter, how they are projecting the end of the financial year, and if there are any corrective action, we also discuss them in those meetings. At mid-year, that is at the end of September, we also prepare another detailed expenditure report. And this particular report also covers the performance as at mid-year, as well as the projected end-of-year position. It's also for the provincial public entities. We circulate this report to all the MECs, accounting officers, and CFOs. We also use this report to brief the Executive Council. We also present this detailed report to the Finance Portfolio Committee, and the Finance Portfolio Committee uses this report to engage the departments in terms of their performance mid-year. We also do prepare closeout reports, preliminary report in April and May, and then we do an unaudited. And then I go into the detail. The preliminary report, it presents the financial position at year end before departments do any journal entries and clearing of suspense accounts. We present this report to the Executive Council. And then once departments have done their financial statements and they submit them to the AG, we then prepare the unaudited report. And then this includes all the shifts and the environments and the clearing of suspense accounts that departments would have done. We also use this detailed report to then brief the Finance Portfolio Committee. This report also has got chapters for each department. We also do highlight areas of concern or areas where we feel that the Finance Portfolio Committee need to engage departments on, and obviously other portfolio committees can also use the same report. The budget and the expenditure in terms of the systems that we are using, it's captured on BUS and on Vulindlela. These are national systems that interface and capture the expenditure that departments incur on a monthly basis. The infrastructure has got a separate reporting tool. It's called the IRM, which reports on expenditure on infrastructure. It also reports on non-financial performance of the infrastructure. You will recall that the Honorable MEC, when he tables the main budget, he also tables the estimates of capital expenditure with a table B5, which lists all the infrastructure projects in the province and with their location. So the IRM captures all of those infrastructure projects. So on a monthly basis, departments are supposed to capture the expenditure for each, as well as the non-financial progress. What is the actual progress on the ground on those infrastructure? We are experiencing challenges for some of the departments because whilst they capture the budgets and the expenditure, they are not capturing the non-financial information. So we battle to track whether the expenditure aligns to the non-financial performance on the ground. So the team that we have in Treasury do visit some of the infrastructure projects to make sure that there is movement also on the ground. As I've indicated, both the IYM and the IRM are supposed to be signed off by the CFO and the accounting officer. If they are not signed off, we refer them back. Again, I think that the committees can have access to these particular documents because they are available on a monthly basis. Monthly IYM in detail. We look at the provincial owned revenue that is collected per economic classification for each department, end of year revenue collection, the variance explanation, same on the expenditure economic classification per program, also the projected end of year, the variance explanation. And then for departments that receive conditional grants, they also have to report on the performance on the conditional grants. We do, as I've indicated, engage departments at a technical level, budget analysts and CFO, as well as at HOD level. In some instances, we have to write official letters through the HOD to the HOD of the relevant department to then engage them if the numbers and the explanations that we are receiving are not up to the standard that we are expecting. Once the budget office, that the one that I come from, looks at the expenditure is captured in the system, the banking section or the provincial banker also manages the departmental cash flows. As I've indicated, each department's monthly cash is deposited in their bank account where the payments are captured in the system are paid from. When a department has exhausted its allocated cash flow as per their submission to Treasury, the provincial Treasury will cash block the bank account so that the department does not go into overdraft. So the issue of the cash blocking, again, is another topical issue. The departments will say, I did not pay my service provider because Treasury cash blocked me. We only cash block once they have exhausted their own cash in their bank account. Because if they are allowed to process payments exceeding their cash, then we will all go into an overdraft as a province. The only department that has got an overdraft is Public Works and Infrastructure. This facility is to enable the department to pay service providers prior to the hearing of And these environments are included in a separate explanatory memorandum. So when the MEC tables the adjustment system its budget, then he also tables the adjustment estimates a PRE, a smaller version of the Green Book. It's white in color. So where there are environments that require legislature approval, we always shade those in gray so that the committee and the legislature are aware of those and they can engage and indicate whether they approve those or not. Of either the receiving or the transferring program. But we always highlight them if they're exceeding 100,000 so that the legislature is also aware. I thought the other section that is important is the one that deals with rollovers. Funds appropriated but not spent in a particular financial year may be rolled over to a subsequent year, subject to approval by the Treasury. Such approval will be guided by the following limitations. Payments for capital assets, unspent funds may only be rolled over to finalize projects or such asset acquisition still in progress. Transfers and subsidies may not be rolled over for purposes other than originally voted for. Savings on compensation of employees may not be rolled over. So departments, when they say I've saved on COE, I'm trying to roll over, Treasury is saying no, it's because they are not allowed. And transfers and subsidies cannot be rolled over for anything else other than what they were originally budgeted for. So this is another critical section as the committees play or oversight. The requests for rollovers must be submitted to Treasury on or before the last working day of April. We always send circulars to remind departments. We also issue a template in terms of how they must submit their requests for rollovers. And those requests for rollovers must indicate the purpose for which the funds were appropriated, the reasons why the funds were not spent, the proposed changes to the use of funds, if any, and a disbursement schedule indicating the months in which the expenditure is expected to be incurred. When this motivation is not strong enough or it's not convincing, and we are not convinced that the funds were committed, as Treasury, we do not support that rollover of funds. So departments need to make sure that they adhere strictly to these particular requirements. Funds for a specific purpose may not be rolled over for more than one financial year unless approved in advance by the relevant Treasury. So if a department has been allocated funds, it's a specific allocation. They, for some reason, can't spend it, we roll it over. We will not roll it over for the second time. It's an exclusive appropriation. They are supposed to spend that money. So sometimes they might come to the committees and say, I can't finish my project because Treasury is refusing for a rollover. That's the reason why sometimes we do not approve the rollovers. The issue of transfers and subsidies, I thought also it's important to highlight it. An accounting officer must maintain appropriate measures to ensure that transfers and subsidies to entities are applied for their intended purpose. Again, here, we need to strengthen the oversight because departments, public entities do transfers for various reasons to entities, to municipalities, to whoever. But the internal controls in terms of playing oversight and ensuring that those funds are used for their intended purpose, in some departments that's lacking. And I think that portfolio committees need to also pay particular attention to the section on transfers and subsidies. What are we buying? What are the funds used for? Did we get closeout reports? Did you get value for money? That is critical. If a department at the end of the financial year and after the books have been closed, they have not spent some of their money, they need to surrender those funds to the relevant Treasury. And that is covered under Treasury Regulation 15.8, that they must surrender those funds. They don't automatically retain the funding. Annual financial statements within 2 months at the end of the financial year, the accounting officers must submit their financial statements to the Auditor General as well as to the Provincial Treasury to prepare the consolidated financial statements for the province. In terms of in conclusion, departments are required to engage portfolio committees prior to finalizing their budget submissions. The Treasury briefs the Finance Portfolio Committee on budget submissions and also on budget performance in year. We also brief the Portfolio Committee on budget performance at the end of the financial year. Changes to the budget in year that are approved by the Treasury are included in the adjustment estimate documents that are tabled. However, changes to the budget in year that require provincial legislature approval are highlighted in grey shading in the documentation that is tabled in the legislature for the portfolio committees and for the provincial legislature to take over. This me to the end of my presentation. My HOD will then take over. Thank you very much.
I'm going to actually stand up because I need to, if you can go to the next slide, Nelly, just to point out some of the issues, if that's all right. So the dashboard is a culmination of all the reports that the portfolio committees generally receive. So the in-year monitoring report, your annual financial statements, some of the information in the annual report. And the objective really was to make it simplistic for anybody who provides oversight, even an HOD, to be able to see at a glance what the financial position is of their department. So if we go to the next slide, what we've done is we've drawn this data from information that is provided from departments. And we have to have a slight disclaimer in that when we started engaging departments, they asked for more fields to be added to the dashboard. So there are some areas that we still need to add all the information. The second thing is we need to ensure that the information is 100% accurate, interrogate and provide the oversight. So there is a bit of tweaking. Within the next week or two, the dashboard will be 100% complete. So I'm going to take you through an example. We chose education. And then we have a quarterly report that then introduces other to what's going on department. As at Q3, which was the 31st of December, the first block touches on the cash position. And why we've brought this in is because of all the issues, as Nelly mentioned, about cash blocking, why is Treasury cash blocking, departments saying they're not money. And as Nelly indicated, we don't get the full budget on the 1st of April from National Treasury. They give us so you're only getting 8%. So in cash we're getting is flatline. There can be some challenges, and that's why it's important that departments understand what cash they're going to receive and they spend according to that. So if you look at this, we know that the total budget for education is 68. We had given as the bank, and they are still projecting for the rest, the last quarter, another 18.5 billion. So according to this, they should then have, at the end of the year, 15 million rand in their bank. We put the actual expenditure sitting at 50 million rand. It's been provided. Now, there are two reasons for that. Departments will just capture invoices on BAS until cash is provided, and we can only provide cash as and when it comes through. Again, you have the projections for the year. If we allowed it, by 433 million rand, and that aligns itself also to the projections that we've seen on the in-year monitoring report. Oh dear, it's gone. Okay, not sure if IT can help us, otherwise I'll just have to go back to my desk. I think everybody, the members do have it in front of them. So until it's back up, let me just use what we have in front of us. So that's the cash and cash equivalents, and it's a really important aspect to look at. Then we look at the next block, and that's revenue collection. So just allow the IT guys. Members have got it in front of them. First line says projections. Now that is at the beginning of the year, when we conclude on the budget, we ask departments to indicate what revenue they're going to collect on a monthly basis. Remember, revenue that's been collected in the province forms part of the resources we use to then give to the departments to be able to use to spend. So it's really important that that revenue comes in as we expect it to come in. So in this instance, education had said for this quarter, for this up to this period of time, 31st of December, they would have collected 78.4 million rand. What have they collected? They've actually over collected by 167 million rand. So this is a positive. So you'll see that there's a color coding, there's a green, because it's telling you that they're actually done well and they've over collected revenue. Obviously, you would want to understand as the chairperson of that relevant committee, why have they over collected? What was the issue there? And then we look at how they're projecting to the end of the year. They say that by the end of the year, they would have collected 184 million rand. What had we budgeted for? What had we expected from them? 116 million. So another green, because they are going to over collect by the end of the collection of revenue. It means that when we do the adjustment estimates, we can then reallocate that money to departments. And we'd really want to incentivize departments to push themselves to collect as much as they can. Then we move to the next block, which is expenditure. Again, at the beginning of the year, as Billy said, departments are expected to project what are they going to spend every month. So education, as at the 31st of December, said that they would spend 51.8 billion rand. According to what is on the IYM, they have spent 50.013, so there's a slight underspend. Again, we say it's a positive if there's a slight overspend, and there is a formula that is worked in there. What are they projecting to spend at the end of the year? 68.5 billion. But what was their budget? Their budget is 68.1. So that means they're going to overspend. All right. And that tallies to what we saw in the cash position if we don't cash block. So they're projecting to overspend by just short of about 480 million rand. Then a part of the consultation of the departments, they asked us to break the expenditure down into other aspects. So we've now brought in infrastructure. So again, similar principle that we've explained already. The projection is what did they expect to spend by this time of the year. So infrastructure, they hope to have spent 2.3 billion rand. What have they spent? 1.9 billion rand. So they are behind on their infrastructure spend. What are they looking like at the end of the year? They're saying they're going to spend 3.499. And what was their budget? 3.499. So they're saying for infrastructure, they are confident that they will spend all their money. Then obviously we look at conditional grants. That's critical. We don't want to ever surrender any money to the national fiscus. So here is where we just need to get some additional information. But again, the same principle apply. What was projected to be spent? They've spent so far 3.6 billion rand, and they're expecting to spend 6.1. You can see there's some data that's missing there. Goods and services, that's also important to look at to understand where the departments are with that. Again, you can see here they projected to have spent 17.3 billion. They've only spent 3.9. And already you can see there's something that's not 100% correct in these numbers that the department has submitted. So we are pushing back at the departments to ensure that they are giving us the right data. COE is a big one for the Department of Education, as we know. They're expected to spend 30.7. They've already spent 42.7. I mean, that's way over what they had budgeted for. What are they projecting at year end? 56.6. And their budget was 56. So you can see immediately that this is where the over expenditure is happening in education. It's COE. All right, if we go to the next slide. So that's the expenditure and the revenue. Then we brought in other aspects that give a fuller picture of what's going on. So what's really important is what is strategic capacity and financial management in departments. And we only chose a handful of posts to look at. The accounting officer's role, is it filled or is it vacant? In this case, in education, we know the HOD is there. CFO is appointed. The head of supply chain is appointed. But there's no one in internal control and there's no one heading up risk in education, and that's a serious, serious concern. If we look at the issues around governance, again, we're looking at we've tried to think of some indicators, and it was really around how capacitated is the internal control unit, and there are major challenges in education in that regard. If you also look at a capacity of a department to deliver in terms of their funded posts, you'll see that the data here needs to be improved by the department. We also look at how well is the risk committee and the ethics committee functioning, and that's done by the internal audit, and we can see there that there's red lights there. We also want to ensure that accounting officers are attending the audit and risk committee meetings. If they don't, they'll get a red on the dashboard because it's critical that the accounting officer must attend these meetings. In fact, going forward, I'm just thinking we should maybe add a block for MECs because the cabinet did resolve that MECs should be attending those as well. Then we move on to accruals and payables. So this is money owed by departments. So where you've received an invoice and we haven't paid it yet. Again, when we look at these numbers, I would seriously question some of these. At the end of last year, that is correct. They had R1 billion worth of invoices that hadn't been processed. But according to this, they're sitting with 6.8 billion rand, which I know for a fact is incorrect. So again, the information the departments are feeding through really needs to be interrogated. Then we've brought in service delivery because it is important to understand, based on what is being spent, is there some correlation to how the department is delivering? Again, you can see the department didn't submit this data, but we do know with education, I think they're sitting between 50 and 60% of meeting their targets. Then we bring in key account management. And there are certain departments, well, all departments have to report on this information. The most important one is, are we paying our service providers within 30 days? As you can see, education is failing hopelessly at 38.3%. So all the invoices, only 38% of them are being paid on time. Then in terms of month end, there are certain closing procedures and certificates that need to be signed off and needs to be submitted to Treasury, and they're not complying with that. Why is that important? Because if you don't clear those accounts, information could be sitting in those accounts that are not reflected in expenditure. So there used to be a problem in this province years ago around suspense accounts. So that's where expenditure is not allocated anywhere. It's sitting in a suspense account. And if that's not put in the right account, we don't have a full picture of what the financial position is. Then what's really important as well is obviously our irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized. So we can track that during the year. We don't wait for the Auditor General to come in. We also want to understand how they've cleared it from the year before. So it's important for you to see those numbers and to interrogate. Supply chain management, I always say, is the engine of government. If supply chain management is not working, you're not going to see service delivery. So how are the departments doing against their bid plans? At the beginning of the year, all departments have to submit a bid plan, which means what do we... As you can see here, according to this, not a single bid has been finalized. We know, for example, the NSP is under appeal, so that has not been awarded. Now, if you're not awarding bids, that means your expenditure should be slow. So there is a correlation to this, to some of the other indicators. If we look at deviations, so as Nelly indicated, there are certain approvals that you have to get from Treasury. If you're going to deviate, you need to report to Treasury. They are doing that. They are reporting to us on those deviations. Then we also track the spend to designated groups and to preferential groups. Now, there are targets that are set by the province. 40% must go to women, 30% to youth, 7% to persons with disabilities. There wasn't actually a target set on Black service providers, but we do bring that data into this report. So you can see immediately, women, they're not meeting the target, youth are not meeting the target, Black, they've achieved 82.9%, persons with disability also not achieving their target. The last one is having employees within the department that are registered on the central supplier database. That would intimate that we're doing business with our employees. So Department of Education has got employees sitting on the central supplier database, and they need to report to us. So we give them a report on an annual basis, highlighting all those employees, and expect them to then deal with those and either give a justification for why they're there or to ensure that those individuals are removed from the supplier database. The next slide is then looking at our debtors. So this is money that is owed to the department. We know that education has a serious challenge around staff debt. So you would see the last line there, previous year. So at the end of last year, they had 756 million rand owed to them. In majority of that, I would say, is your staff debt. So how are they dealing with it? If you look at the first line, less than a year, so that's fairly recent debt, that's 75 million. It still means there's a problem there with staff debt because there should 3 years is 82 and more than 3 years is 635 million. Why is that a problem? Because you all know debt would prescribe after 3 years, and that becomes a challenge then that we're losing that money to the fiscus. So that's money owed to education. The next one is interdepartmental receivables and interdepartmental payables. So this is where the receivables will be where education has done work on behalf of someone and they want to then claim that money back. So you can see that that appears to be well managed in terms of the numbers. Again, there's an aging, so you know how old is this? Are they following up with those departments? Are they collecting that amount? Payables is where education owes another department. So for example, if Public Works did work on behalf of education, they are then owed that amount of money. So you can see there that they are owed about 38.5 million rand. The last one is the Auditor General outcomes. And again, it just gives you for the last 3 years. You can see education has been qualified for the last 3 years. And then below that, we would like to track how the department's actually dealing with the audit findings. So that's information, again, that gets extracted, but you can see here that that data has not been updated by the department. So you would want to see by this time at least 50 to 60% of those findings are resolved. Otherwise, they're just going to be coming up again when the Auditor General is there. Similarly, your risk actions. Now, this one I can tell you 0 is probably very accurate because they don't have a risk manager. They don't have officials in the risk department. And this is a serious concern. So that's one example. And I'll just be guided by the chair if I take you through another department using exactly the same slides, or are you comfortable with then what I've presented on the dashboard?
No, I think we're comfortable. Yes, can proceed.
Great. Well, that is then the end of the presentation. So what we would then suggest, Honourable Chair, is that we be given opportunity to meet with the respective chairpersons so that we can give them access to the dashboard. We can then show them how to access it. It is a web-based tool. You can go back 2 financial years in terms of the data that is there. And you would be able to, when you're preparing for your meetings, immediately pull that data up and use that as a basis for engaging with the departments. So we just need to get that guidance from the chair, how we then meet with the respective chairpersons and any other if any other members of the legislature that are interested, we can then download this data on their laptop so that they can access it at any stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC, HOD, Ms. Shezi, EDG, Shezi. Ngizobe mthakazela. Ngiyajabulisa makukhona umuntu wakini endlini. For that presentation, I think it's going to help us a lot, honorable members. You see, when we do oversight, we do oversight on what is presented in terms of the budget. So if we cannot or unable to track how that budget is performing, it will be difficult for us to do our work properly. So thank you very much, MEC Rodgers, for that presentation. Can you give them a big round of applause? Let me open to you, honorable members, if you have any questions, comments. I'll start this side. Honorable Kwanyana, Honorable Moloi, Honorable Ika, Honorable Clever Queen, Honorable Mavimbel. Thanks.
Greetings again to you, Chairperson, and all other members in this house. You know, I've got some few questions that will be directed to our MEC, Honorable Rodgers. So, Chairperson, it's about the budget cut. Our MEC said clearly that National Treasurer, there's no cent there, is no other money that is going to be projected, maybe to any department, in this case it's in. Secondly, it's about health and education. I was very happy to hear that cuts will be protected when it comes to health and education. And about early retirement, I don't know what affects who, this early retirement, or it affects the official or anybody under the government. And if we are taking early retirement, it's not anything that's going to affect your pension when you go. That's what I want to hear. Underspending of other department, you will still allow that money to go back if they fail to use the money. Just want to hear about that. Filling up of crucial posts, it's so critical because some other departments have people who are acting for more than 6 months. I don't know whether this is allowed or not for a person to act in the position for more than 6 months. I think I've covered my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to welcome the presentation and appreciate the information given by the department led by the MEC. I'm not going to ask on the MEC, but I will go straight. The one that MEC indicated is that there is a projected of 8 billion as of last month. I didn't get clearly, is it I have a question also on there is in the presentation when Mamteta was Mamteta was saying that the budget must be presented to the portfolio committee first. Are there timelines that are related to that so that we don't find ourselves wanting when we asked the department, they said no, already we have sent our draft budget estimate to the professional treasurer. The feeling of critical post, I think that one is really haunting us for a long time. Treasury, I would love to hear, in a case where the department has budgeted for a year for that position, or it's there in the budget, but an individual that was the incumbent that was there resign or retire, does that mean that we have to go to the back to the procedure of saying we are applying for this position and it's critical, or do we have a timeline to say maybe if you don't feel it within this time, then we will have to go back and follow the route of requesting the treasury and also getting the support by the premier. On the environment that's supposed to come to the legislature, I didn't get clearly how percentage, but I did, if I got it correct, that above 8% that need approval by the National Treasury. By any gift exceeding 100,000, does that mean the gift given to the department or gift given also outside that should be approved by the legislature? I need a clarity on that one. But I think seated here, maybe one has been empowered. Your systems, I think you only talk of bus, and I would assume that there are other systems that you are using to monitor department. What other systems, so that we may also tap in those systems when we are doing our work as the legislature? Those will be my take on the presentation, and it was empowering and informative.
I don't know if this one is working. Good morning again to everyone, and thank you for the presentation. I don't think this is so much for Treasury as it is for the chairperson and officials of the legislature. I think the Honorable Mavimbela might very well agree with me that our times allocated to our committees to interrogate all of this is not enough. So we have to actually rush through these things without interrogating them properly. There's a lot of information that's given here, a lot that we have to digest, a lot that we need answers on. And in our oversight work, if we rush through it, we're not really doing justice to that oversight. And that is one of my biggest complaints. Because our experience in terms of, for example, managing UIFW, monthly cash flows, and things like that that we put on our agendas, the information when it reaches the committee or the day on which the committee will sit to interrogate these things already stale. Things move very fast. The system that has now been put in place where we receive briefings and then we have portfolio meetings and then we have slots for oversights, all affect our work. So what you might receive in a briefing, for example, on the third quarter reports, is not what you will receive when the portfolio committee sits to interrogate it, because time has passed. And then there are also legislative dates on which these have to be met in terms of interrogating the finances. So that becomes a very big problem. So one is time. The other is that the flow of information becomes stale. The third is that our budget analysts for our committees don't have proper access. For example, this dashboard. I try to log in now, but perhaps it's my fault. I'll engage with Treasury just now to try and get a password and things like that to be able to log in so I can look at it myself. But the only system that our budget analyst has access to and where we get information from MEC is from Vulindlela. And also the interaction between the committee analysts and treasury analyst for allocated to the department is not always something that gels. And I'm not sure how we can resolve that. Perhaps we can just receive some advice from yourself. So I'm complaining more than I am trying to offer solutions. And hopefully those will be kept in mind, particularly by those who organize the committee schedules. Thank you very much. And the Honorable Mavimbela and I always, although we serve on the same committees, we are always at loggerheads with each other.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We want to appreciate for you arranging this workshop for us. Also, we want to thank our MEC for this information in his department, because it's really talking to our daily work that we must really understand. I think the issue of tracking the government department spending, it's very critical for us. Chair, I was, when the MEC was talking about protecting the COE cards in the Department of Health and Education, I think I was supporting him to say that I think Treasury and the department, I think they have to do more to try and protect the COE cards in the health and education. But the MEC did indicate the history around those particular budget constraints, where it is coming from. But I'm not sure, Chair, whether Honorable MEC will really help the departments that he has mentioned to try and find something, because this 1.4 billion for Department of Health that may be coming, and 600 million in education, it can assist, but not in the way that can really assist the department. In particular, when you see the presentation on the Department of Education, there are critical posts that are vacant. I think even the HOD indicated that this is a risk when internal controls and then chief risk officer and so many other departments that have positions that are vacant, it poses a threat. Because if you don't have internal control, everything that is happening, nobody's going to monitor those issues that are supposed to be tackled. That's why you see not even in the presentation here. Maybe one will request the Honorable MEC, although I don't know where he's going to cut himself to try and fill in that Department of Education, because we can see and we appreciate that the MEC also understand that. But if we can request the MEC to assist this department, because they have produced good results. But also at the same time, we are not saying it need not to be monitored, not to go outside the budget. We agree, Honorable MEC, that the departments and us as committee members, we must guard against seeing the department spending what they don't have. But at the same time, like this department that we know, that Department of Education, for 3 consecutive years that the cuts took place, it was like 26 billion, which is not easy to cover now. I think the MEC knows, because in other life of him, he knows he was really raising this thing of the Department of Education and Health to say that they really need budget. So we plead with you, Honorable MEC, whatever you get, you have to push to these departments that you said need to be protected. But also, Chair, we will request the HOD. We appreciate the information that they have given us with Mem Shezi. The one for dashboard, I think really we need it as yesterday to access it, because all the time, we wait for the report, as the chair in his opening was saying, we need to be given report. But if we know how to access it monthly, we will be following how the department is performing. So we will request that all of us, maybe we are given the access to this dashboard so that we can really track the spending on departments on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And we really appreciate the presentation that have been made by your Treasury. the MEC and his team. It also enlightened us as we are here looking at this point, Chair of the department spending, I think is assisting. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already alluded to, but I just want to raise one question, Chair, to the MEC, because in your opening remarks, you made it clear that the National Treasury made it clear that it's nothing that they can toplize the KwaZulu-Natal in particular. I'm also going to make the example that you also, that the HOD and Mahlaba made, or even yourself, of the frontline department, of which is the health and education. And those two departments are also labor intensive. And you were clear in saying COEs are ring-fenced, so you cannot touch on that one. My question, Chair, to the MEC is the engagement with the National Treasurer and the budget to KwaZulu-Natal. Our understanding is that the budget, it's according to the state SA, to the provinces. But in education in particular, when you consider state SA, I don't think it is fair, because they will agree themselves that learners in KwaZulu-Natal are more than any other province. So when you consider the budget, according to the state SA, we understand that migration of parents working in Gauteng, but when you are considering that in terms of education department, we are failing even the norm that is outlined in terms of the norms and standard per learner. You were saying, MEC, that more than 80% of the budget in the Department of Education goes to SOEs. So you cannot do anything. So the norms and standards cannot be afforded. The scholar transport cannot be afforded. Hence, in the dashboard, you can see the rates, the accruals, and the likes, of which I think we will also be privy to the dashboard ourselves in monitoring our work. But these accruals, in my understanding, which I stand to be corrected, is due to the misalignment in the budget. How can you budget for 100 learners with the budget of 70 learners? I'm just trying to make that example. Most of the time when we're getting the report from the Department of Education, the norm per learner for the norms and standard, it's 1,100 plus. In KwaZulu-Natal, they are giving 900 per learner, of which is not the norm, because the learner population, it's more than what they are receiving. So I think that's the reason why you are seeing these accruals and the likes. We are not taking away the responsibility of the department to do things according to the paper, but your engagement with the National Treasurer, can't they consider the learner population? Gauteng province, it's getting more than what KwaZulu-Natal is receiving. I'm talking to the Department of Education in particular. They have a scholar transport more than us, which we are a rural province, and those schools that are supposed to be getting scholar transport in terms of the policy, they are not, because of the budget constraints, which does not consider the learner population in our province. So I think that one, you need to raise it if you haven't raised it with the National Treasury Chair, so that that misalignment in the budget can be considered and KwaZulu-Natal will get the budget accordingly. I think the accruals that we are seeing and other challenges that we are seeing in the department will be limited if that can be addressed according to the budget. Even in terms of nutrition, there is a national norm that each learner must get how much. In our province, it's not happening because of that. That it's not considered per learner, but you consider what you already have at hand. So I think that one needs to be attended to. I've already requested that if we can be assisted as the portfolio committees with this dashboard when we are doing the work that you are doing in terms of oversight. I think it's going to assist us. It's easy even to follow these things. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Kika have already alluded to in saying the 2.5 hours in dealing with this. With the dashboard alone, you will think you will need even more than an hour. So there are a number of items that you have to deal with. I think the chairperson in their own time, they will also consider that the time allocation for portfolio committee must be adequate for us in order to interrogate these reports from the department so that we are doing the work that we're supposed to be doing accordingly. And we are not just ticking the boxes, because when the time is limited, you only tick the boxes without interrogating it further and making sure that we are making the work of the legislature very easy if you are giving us sufficient time. Thank you, Chair. Wozoyilandela amaphiso omncane kabi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues. No, I am partly covered by other comments, especially that was made by Honorable Mavimbela and Dr. Kika. But I'll shoot straight to one point that I feel it's necessary that one as Chairperson, as a member of the Portfolio Committee raise. I think as much as we may be trying to save the baby, but we must also be cautious that we are not killing the twin. We must consider into frontline services or department chair, because as much as the Department of Health and Education, they are in a crisis, also Department of Transport, it's a frontline service. I am raising this because they are also facing financial challenges. While we are trying to rescue the Department of Health and Education, cutting the budgets on other departments, cutting Department of Transport, they've mentioned in the committee, the members that we serve together know that at least if they can be allocated monthly 1.2 billion, at least they will try to meet their demands. But now they are being allocated 900 million. That means they are operating on the shortfall. Hence, you will see projects not being completed, frustration arises, service providers dumping sites, service providers putting sand on the main roads in CPDs, crying that they are not being paid, frustrations on learner transport. It's my plea or a comment that as much as we are making considerations for health and education, let us also make serious considerations with the Department of Transport, because we all know that you cannot make a public hospital without a clean or a good terrain. You cannot take kids to school without a good or a clean road infrastructure. You cannot move from Ebilanyoni uye Mangosuthu without a proper bridge. It's only that comment, especially to the MEC of Finance. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Sihlalo. Yeah, my question is simply around this. So, and Honourable Mahlaba will know this as well, but when we have our SCOPA engagements, one issue that comes up, especially with education and health, is that we've got no money. Because obviously at SCOPA, we look at irregular expenditure. And when folks spend what they don't have or unauthorized expenditure, they fall foul of that. And obviously the AG picks that up and reports on it. So the continual response is, well, you know, we don't have enough money. And frankly, they say it's all the MEC's fault. It's Treasury, it's you terrible people. You, MEC and your coterie over there. And so we have this continual thing. And I keep on saying to the departments, the AG reports not on what you've got or you haven't got, it's how you've spent what you've got. And I just think that I would love to get comment from you on how we deal with that sort of continual response that, well, we haven't got enough money. And I just think that if it's not only SCOPA saying you've got to be careful with your money, and what we're here to deal with in SCOPA is how you've spent your money, whatever you've got. If you've got 10 Rand or 10 million Rand, we want to see how you spent it in terms of the PFMA. That's it. The PFMA is the Bible, and do you spend it according to that? But I am aware, and I've spoken to your HOD, that Treasury is always available to try and assist departments and advise them on how they can spend what they've got. But I believe that you told us a while back that very few departments actually come to you for that advice and assistance and second look. I think it'd be very helpful, not only as a SCOPA chair, but the chairs of all the departments to know which of the departments have approached Treasury and said, look, we've got a funding problem, and please give us your considered expert advice on how to do this, and which haven't. I know you mentioned to me the other day that health and education, you work closely with them. But if a department comes and says, oh, well, woe is me, I don't have money. So have you engaged Treasury? And if we know what the answer is before we ask that question, then we can really say to departments, look, you're not playing the game. The next issue that came up regularly over the past week in SCOPA engagements was, especially with education, was Section 18G. And I would just like to know, and maybe we can share with the rest of the colleagues, how you get to the point where you invoke 18G. How bad does it have to get? And then what is your control over the department under 18G? I mean, I understand what it means and all that, but I think other chairs might find that useful. Thank you very much.
I also thank the Honorable MEC and the HOD for their presentation. I just wish to know, in terms of access to information to budget analysts, is the department or the HOD gonna conduct a workshop for the budget analysts for portfolio committees so that they also get the information, and also assisting in terms of accessing information, which is key to them being able to fulfill their responsibility. The issue of the time allocation to portfolio committee comes out very clearly. I think it's in terms of way forward, we're going to capture that, Mr. Nzuza. What are we going to do in order to ensure that portfolio committees have got enough time to also allocate or give attention to the finances of the particular department? Lastly, the HOD talked about some amendments to be made to the dashboard. What has been presented to us, is it 90% or how complete it is? How much is going to change, or else this is 99.9%, just slight changes will be effected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. HOD and DDG, maybe you can start, then end with MEC.
Thank you very much for the questions. So I think the issue around the early retirement, it applies to employees of government, permanent employees of government. Contract staff do not qualify for it. There were two, I'm just trying to open my document. There are two types of early retirement. And let's just give me a minute just to pull it up. So there was employees from the age of 55 to 59 were eligible to apply for the early retirement. And then employees aged 60 to 63 did not qualify for the early retirement package, but were invited to apply for voluntary early retirement. What the National Treasury then did is they allocated funds to cover for the issue of the penalties and the waiver. So there was no penalty to the employees that applied for this. That was the purpose of this exercise. What they did identify is where they have approved the posts that have gone through, it will result in certain savings to the province. So you could have, let's say, a teacher in education who's been in the system at the highest notch. They leave the system, and the new person that would come in all likelihood, would come at the entry level. So that's how they calculated the savings. So that's the issue on the early retirement. In terms of money going back to national government, it's only where a conditional grant has not been spent, or there hasn't been sufficient motivation or proof that the money is committed, either through an invoice or a contract, that money goes back. Or if it's the second year that money has not been spent, it has to go back to national. The equitable share that's not spent is surrendered back to the revenue fund, and in the adjustment estimates, we then determine, as Nelly indicated, whether we approve a rollover. If there's no approval for rollover, that money then goes into a central pot, which then is allocated to departments based on the requests that have come through. The issue of the filling of critical posts was actually a discussion that we recently had with the Premier, and his department is busy looking at revising that process. They raised the same concern as the honourable members have raised. If the person was there and they've simply resigned, why do you have to go through that whole process again? But just to alert the members that there are posts, particularly with health and education, that are not funded. So the argument of saying, but the person was there, they were earning a salary, the budget must be there, is not necessarily true in those two departments specifically. On the issue of the projection for the financial year end, as we indicated, there will be cash blocking. So as much as departments are projecting to spend, we won't allow that situation to take place. The only time that there is overspending that we cannot control is regards to COE, and that is what has happened in the last few years, and that's what you're seeing at SCOPA. That unauthorized expenditure in the main is COE for health and education. Sorry, I think Nelly will touch on some of the other issues. On the gifts, it's purely gifts that the department is providing that are valued at more than 100,000 Rand for a single donation, and that has to come to the committee for approval. The other systems that we use, the HR system, if you can call it that, is Persol. It's really just a payroll system. We also have, as the honourable member mentioned, we have Vulindlela, which is basically, it extracts data from BAS. We also have Logos, which is a store system that we're busy rolling out as part of the SCM solution. We have Hardcat, which is managing our assets in the province. And then Nelly mentioned the RRM, which is how we're managing the infrastructure projects. So those are the systems that we have in government. Just in terms of the honourable members would be aware, the budget that is allocated is based on an equitable share formula. One of the elements of that is the number of learners that we have in schools, as well as the number of patients that we are training. So the allocation we give is based on the data that is submitted by the Department of Education. And I think that's one area that we've always encouraged them to ensure that the information that they're putting in the system is actually accurate, so that we do receive the full funding that is required. The honourable member is correct around accruals. Accruals are basically overcommitments. So committing the department to expenditure where you don't have the cash. But there are other incidents as well, as you would be aware. At the end of March, you would receive, for example, an invoice for, let's say, from CETA for the IT. That gets given to you on the 31st of March. You can't process it within a day, and so it becomes an accrual. So it's not always an overcommitment, but in our instance, in this province, probably 80% are overcommitments that aren't because there is not cash. But where we have found ourselves as a province, why we've got to the accruals that we do have, is because when we had the budget cuts, health and education were unable to cut their COE accordingly. So they take money from goods and services and they use that to fund salaries. But they're still spending goods and services money, even though they no longer have the physical cash. So that has been one of the bigger challenges. And we do agree that there are serious challenges in terms of complying with norms and standards. I mean, it's not even just education, it's health, it's social development, because the department has got a legal responsibility to implement the policy, but there are still significant wastage in the system. So a controversial issue we're dealing with at the moment is the issue around textbooks. When we met with education, they did not have the money. And so we indicated that they could not possibly place an order for the textbooks because they did not have the money for it. And also when you look at the reports of the waste of textbooks at schools, you've got some schools that have a 99% recoverability of textbooks from the previous year, and other schools where there's poor leadership by the principals, you're seeing 10 to 20% of the books coming back. And those are wastages that we have to address. On transport, I think it would be great to have a discussion with the chairperson of the transport. They have been given significant funding, and our observation of transport, what has happened there is that they have again overcommitted on infrastructure, because what they did last year is they moved over 1.2 billion rand from infrastructure to goods and services. So they continued with the infrastructure projects, but they took the money away and they used it for other items. So for example, there were RCT licenses that they bought, which was more than 100 million rand. So they've actually created this crisis themselves as a department. And there have been, as you indicated rightfully, there has been a new allocation being made for disasters. There are serious concerns around transport, around the capacity. Their budget analyst that's in that department running that budget of that size is an acting assistant director. Supply chain management, there are hardly any permanent officials. We've been putting consultants in there at 20 million rand a year. So there really are concerns, and we'd really love to engage the chair on that one. For SCOPA, I think you're absolutely right. Irregular expenditure does not arise because you don't have a budget. It means you did not comply with the law. So department saying that it's because they don't have budgets, it's completely untrue. Unauthorized expenditure, however, is where they have overspent, or it's where you've used the funds for the wrong purpose. We do provide advice throughout the year to departments. If departments have got spending challenges, they write to us, we'll engage them. If we see they're overspending, we engage them. If they've got a new project or program, the teams do engage extensively in that. We certainly will make ourselves available to run a workshop with a budget analyst. As the Honourable MEC said in his opening comments, the more oversight that we have, the better for all of us, I think. And then lastly, on Section 18, which is always something that's thrown back at Treasury. So the reason we implemented Section 18 was we became aware that education, it's almost like maxing out your credit cards. They'd used the IDT as an implementing agent, they'd used Public Works as an implementing agent, and had huge amounts outstanding to them. And both those institutions refused to do additional work until they had the funding committed. So they were going to go out to tender and start doing tenders on their own as education. We were also concerned that they'll just continuously issuing orders irrespective of whether they had the money or not. So all that the Section 18 requires is before they procure anything, before they issue any order, they need to get our approval as Treasury. So it's not stopping them from doing anything. Obviously, if they don't have the funding, we can't possibly approve it because it's going to lead to unauthorized expenditure. But it has assisted greatly. I think the department is now projecting an overspend. It's reduced quite substantially to about 400 million. Yes, there have been, unfortunately, an impact on service delivery around LTSM and around schools, but we are trying to slowly deal with that as well as the wastage in the department. Let me then hand over to Nelly.
Thanks, HOD, and thanks for the questions. I think on the acting for more than 6 months, I think that's allowed. I think the regulations talk about 12 months. So 6 months acting in a position that is still within what regulations do allow. And I think on the questions on what will be done to reduce the projected over expenditure, departments are told to prepare turnaround plans and take those to the Provincial Executive Council. Some departments do cooperate and prepare those turnaround plans. Some of the turnaround plans obviously are not costed, and we always refer them back to the departments, but there have been engagements and we are working closely with the departments in those particular plans. In terms of when should departments take their draft budgets with portfolio committees, we normally have our workshop in June and the submissions to Treasury for the draft. The first draft is in July, so departments can between that period. But if they are unable to between June and July, we always say that for the second draft, then they need to make sure, and the second draft comes to Treasury around October, November. So they should then have sufficient time to engage their portfolio committees. We do not prescribe the times. They need to set the times with their own portfolio committees in terms of the submission. But we do, when we take our presentation to the Executive Council, we will highlight that this particular department did not submit proof that they've engaged their portfolio committee. On the environments, I think that on slide 11, where we do go into much more detail on the environments that require approval by the legislature. Yes, Honorable Stolem Loy, it's the 8%, but also if we reduce a transfer to an institution, if we want to change and move money from capital to current, and also if we want to change or move funds from an exclusive appropriation. So there's quite a list there, and Section 43 obviously covers all of those eventualities. And I think that on the issue of I think my HOD covered the issue of education and health in terms of also the role that we play as provinces in providing information that informs the equitable share formula, because those components for education and health, some of them, yes, the information comes from Stats SA, and that's the agreement that the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Forum agreed to use, but also we have got a role to play. In our case, in KZN, the issue of the learner numbers is a challenge, because what our Department of Education is capturing on the system indicates that the learner numbers is going down. That is affecting us as a province. Education also does indicate that there are schools that they've identified as non-viable, that they are either closing down or in the process of closing down. And when you try and see how do we then shift the funds from those non-viable schools that have been closed to where the kids have been moved to? Again, that's an area that forms part of our provincial recovery plan and the work that we need to do in education. And where are these educators that were in the schools that were closed or that are deemed to be non-viable? Where are they allocated to other schools? So those are some of the issues that in education we need to unpack and understand. I think on health, sorry, now I'm digressing a bit. In terms of the information, the engagement that we've had with health on their 10 by 10 is that one of the components that inform the health component of the equitable share formula talks to the utilization of the health facilities. It looks like that particular piece of the component does work adversely if you're doing well, because if health is doing a lot of preventative work and patients are not presenting themselves to clinics and to health facilities because health is doing a lot of preventative work, then that then affects us negatively. But we need to get around that at a technical level in the health 10 by 10. Those are some of the issues that are being dealt with. I think my HOD has touched on the issue of transport. Chair, we would have to have a full session on transport, going through from the issue of the organogram transport, getting approvals to fill posts and they are not filling posts year in, year out, transport being run by consultants. A consultant does the work, a consultant certifies a report, a consultant submits a report to Treasury. We've been highlighting all of those things to transport. It's a huge risk, but transport is simply not filling posts. We can give you statistics in terms of what we have given them approvals posts to fill, and they are not filling them, and they have the money to fill those posts. That department is run by consultants even now. So we can have a separate engagement. It is a huge risk for transport. And in fact, one of the major contracts for the consultants as Treasury, we told them not to enter into that contract. They did anyway. So we can have a separate engagement on transport. It's a huge issue. I think also, yeah, I think I'm covered. Honorable Deputy Chair, I was talking to my colleagues sitting here. I think we might have to be guided on the workshop on the budget analysts, because we know that they have been given access to Vulindlela, but I think we might have to be guided further on the workshop that is required, and we will avail ourselves. Thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the indulgence. An issue that came up in SCOPA again and again was the appointment of personnel and changing from acting to actual HODs, etc., etc. We were told that a very lengthy part of the process gets held up in Treasury, the approval of appointments. Is there any way to streamline it and keep it down from what appears to be like a month or a month and a half down to a short period of time? Thank you, Chair.
So departments, when they want to fill posts, they submit their submission to the Office of the Premier, and they capture them in a system, and then they give them to Treasury for Treasury to do the financial due diligence on those. And Treasury's turnaround times is around 48 hours. And it goes back to Office of the Premier, who must then do an assessment of whether the post is critical or not. And usually that's where the delay is. But the Office of the Premier, Craig Slaughter, have a system. And in the past, he has been called to the legislature to present on that particular system, where they log in applications and when they submit them to Treasury and when do they go back to them. Maybe the committee can request that from Craig. Thanks.
Thank you. MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, Nelly, you took the nice one. I was going to say your committee needs to just ask for a report, and you'll clearly see where the hiccup lies. So thank you very much. Chairperson, firstly, may I just say that I'm really delighted to have an engagement about finances, because in the main, I find that in government, people don't care about money until there is no money. Then they say, hi, Bo, what happened to the money? So I want to say thank you very much to the chairs for this engagement. And I think the understanding, hopefully, that the committee gets, and you know yourself, Chair, I have an open door policy. I don't care which political party you belong to, what your gender is. I do prefer hosting women, though. I do find it's more pleasurable in my ministry to men. But I want to again extend my open door policy to all of the chairpersons, and my ministry must display exactly the same. If chairpersons feel they'd like to engage with Treasury and the budget analysts that are allocated to their departments, that's why we are here. We're not just here to enforce the PFMA, we're here to create capacity and to highlight and collectively overcome the challenges that we've inherited. And if we need to create capacity within your committee support staff, then we must certainly do that, particularly when it comes to the dashboard. Now, again, I just want to reiterate, Chairperson, this dashboard, and I'm glad some of the members have seen it. I think it was Honorable Satoli Maloy that said, it's just so easy to read. That was the idea. Because if you give the average person balance sheets or financials, after 2 minutes, you don't know what's 1,000 to 1,000,000 to 1,000,000,000 to 1,000,000,000,000. This makes it very easy. You can go in and you can focus. And when departments say to you, oh, it's because we don't have money. Well, you just go through the actual dashboard and it'll quickly tell you. So just to highlight one of the challenges with transport, if the chair of transport has a look at the value of money spent versus or vis-a-vis the percentage of completion of the infrastructure projects, there's a huge discrepancy there. So, you know, it's very easy to blame the treasurer if you're not doing the job yourself. You know, Chairperson, I always use the example, if you get into financial trouble personally, which we all do from time to time, and you try and assess your own expenditure, you never get rid of DSTV because it's important. You never get rid of going to Spur or to Wimpy or all of those expenses. That's the problem we're in government. Nobody thinks that there's anything that's non-essential, but there is non-essential. The amount of events that this province has, and every time you see an event, Chairperson, that's 2 to 3 million rand down the tubes. Now, I could take that 3 million rand and I could buy textbooks. I could buy stationery. The amount of events we have, beach parties, and it runs into millions of rands. Is that DSTV? Do we need it? Is it essential? What is essential? Medication? Is that essential? Yes, it is. LTSM? Is that essential? Yes, it is. Is events essential? No, it's not. And this is where you can help it. You need to take on my mantra that if we want to keep KZN afloat, then I've got to find money from other departments to assist health, to assist education, our essential departments. And that's where I need your support. The other area that you would have seen, and I think it was Ndamanda that asked the question about, you know, the dashboards. That dashboard is 96% complete. But what you would have hardly seen, well, you'll see it when you go through it, some of the information is inaccurate. Now, that's not Treasury information. That's information that the department supplies us so that we can populate that dashboard. And when you pick that up, you need to ask the hard questions. And don't let a CFO keep quiet in your interrogation. A CFO is supposed to understand rands and cents. I can understand an MEC is a political head, but what you get when you get an MEC answering for a CFO, there's something wrong. And we've seen it before. And a very good example is the MEC of Education, who knows more about his department's finances than his HOD and his CFO. That's the reality. And when you engage with the Department of Education, and they say, no, they have a supplier for stationery, they'll use them to reorder stationery. And we say, what do you owe that supplier? The response is, we can't give you the figure, the supplier is going to give us the figure. Did you all just hear what I said? That makes me nervous. And this is why I'm here speaking to you today. On a positive note, I think it was Honorable Mayville that said, you know, the equitable share and the allocation for education, health, norms and standards, etc. One of the decisions we took at Budget Council on Friday with the Minister Godongwana is we are going to have engagements week after next. Education, health, the national ministers, Treasury, National Treasury, and provincial government. We're going to have mini-MAC discussions around budget allocations, dealing with issues like scholar transport. That provinces, everyone does their own thing. We need to get standardized when it comes to norms and standards. We need to get standardized. It's also going to be an uncomfortable conversation because I now have national ministers who tell our departments how to spend their equitable share. And that can't be. There's a conditional grant. National minister can tell the Department of Health you have to employ so many people on a conditional grant, but you can't do it on equitable share because it's going to get us deeper and deeper into the quagmire when it comes to finances. My team did answer all the questions. I noted them, Chair. But again, I want to say I hope this is the start of a journey with Treasury, with your team of chairpersons. And at the end of the day, if our focus is turning around the province fiscally, then I think we would have achieved what is our collective objective in oversight.
Thank you very much for that. Lastly, HOD, just 2 minutes. How do we access again this dashboard? Because we need to, so that we can, what do we need to do on our side? Thank you.
So all we need to do is just get the details of the honourable members, even the budget analysts. We would just have to get that and create passwords. If the members would like us to sit with them and take them through it live we can do that as well. We've got a DDG that's been dedicated for this process. So I think we just need to get maybe what we'll do is we'll just write and indicate exactly what information we need, and perhaps your office could then get that information for us and set a date that we could then meet with the honourable members.
I will request that you facilitate that so that all of us have access to dashboard. I don't want us to confuse this dashboard with our polos and Mahindra dashboard. No, this is a serious dashboard. Thank you very much for that. We'll just take a 5-minute stretch break and then come back so that we continue with our program. MEC, thank you for your time. Siyabonga. Thank you, honorable members. Let's start. Welcome back. We will now get the report on the presentation on the investigations undertaken in KwaZulu-Natal province. We are joined by Ms. Bacus from PSC, joining us online. Greetings, Ms. Bacus. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thanks.
Thank you. We will hand over to you to give us the presentation for 45 minutes.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Honorable Madam Speaker, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, our Chief Whip, Honorable Gwala, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Dr. Mahlaba, Honorable Chairpersons of all the committees of the portfolio committees of the KZN Legislature, our Secretary to the Legislature, Ms. Naidu, all the senior management present in the meeting, and the support personnel. Very good morning from the Public Service Commission team in KwaZulu-Natal, and thanking you for the opportunity to make our presentation today to this august workshop. We've also appreciate that every year on year, the PSC does get invited to this workshop. Perhaps to say right at the outset, we have huge connectivity issues. I'm fortunate in the sense that I'm sitting in Pretoria, where I was chairing another meeting earlier on, but our team is in Pietermaritzburg, which is where our office is, and unfortunately, there's no power there at the moment. They are really struggling, so it's quite a challenge. For now, with whatever little battery life they have left, I have on the platform with me today supporting me, our Acting Provincial Director, Ms. Yoliso Mchali, and also Mr. Dlamini, who's the head of Labor Relations Investigations. The other members of staff, unfortunately, they have no power and they aren't able to connect. So please forgive us, Honorable Chairpersons and members of the committee. I'm now going to close the camera and I'm going to go on to maximize the presentation. Please do give me feedback in terms of whether you're able to see the full presentation. Right. I've now shared the presentation. If someone could please confirm that it is visible on your side.
Yes, it is visible.
All right. May I proceed?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. And good morning once again. Our outline of our presentations, just quickly to remind us about our constitutional mandate, a nice picture of the leadership of the PSC. We almost have a full plenary of commissioners now. A little bit on the role, powers and functions. I'll skip to it quite fast because I know most of the members of the committees and chairpersons, etc., are very well au fait with that. And then the products and outputs. And then we go into the main area of the presentation, which is the PSC service delivery inspections. I have embellished it a little bit, added some augmented information in terms of the management of grievances, complaints cases. I thought that we may not have time to discuss it, but chairpersons of committees can take it away because you oversee the departments, and you'll see the few things that we go through as the PSC, and you'll probably get a little bit of a dashboard beyond just the service delivery inspections, which we may not necessarily physically present, but is there for the information and for your record to take forward. So in terms of the PSC mandate, we're often confused as a Chapter 9 institution. We are a Chapter 10 institution, which is dedicated to the establishment of the Public Service Commission and our powers and functions. Essentially, we're established to promote the constitutional values and principles, to do some investigations wherever we are placed and we have our footprint, to monitor and evaluate the progress of service delivery departments, to propose measures, to give directions, and to advise in the interest of maintaining an effective and efficient public administration. So we are a democratic agency of the Constitution, and our mandate, as I said, is set out in Chapter 10, Section 196. So we are led by our very well-known chairperson, who is Professor Somadota Figeni, and the deputy chairperson, Ms. Zugiswa Mkolomba, and our national commissioners are there, Professor Mokania, Commissioner Ngwenya, and Commissioner Magaman. And then we have all the other provincial commissioners that are below, Commissioner Searle in the Western Cape, Commissioner Mavuso in Gauteng, myself, Commissioner Sohonia in Limpopo, Commissioner Ploya in Northern Cape, Commissioner Zulu in Mpumalanga, Commissioner Mapolisa in the Eastern Cape, Commissioner Prof. Nakedi in the Free State, and their Northwest appointment is about to be finalized. We're just waiting for President to sign. And I think for the first time in a long time, the PSC will have a full plenary of commissioners. I'm not going to go into details on our products and outputs. I've highlighted it a little bit earlier, but that's the details. Then moving on to why we were invited to the workshop. The PSC service delivery inspections. We've covered a few one extra year. We're told cover 2 years, but we're just throwing it in so we can give a little bit more depth to the presentation. So in 2023-24, the PSC conducted service delivery inspection, which is post-impact of the floods that affected our province. And the first one we are outlining is those that we did at health facilities during that time. And the 3 health facilities we visited were Newtown Community Health Center at Inanda, Justice Gizenga Mpanza Hospital at Stanger, and KwaMakuta Clinic at Egwini. So we put our findings on the left-hand side, and we put the progress, which we monitor from our office through our officials and our managers. In Newtown, we noted that there were no changes that were really done. The building was still full of mud and debris, and management at the site had not received any communication from the head office in terms of when the clear-up project would begin. And when we followed up, there didn't seem to be much progress. On Justice Gizenga, there were no repairs done to the infrastructure. There were still a lot of vacant posts, lack of filing space, maintenance issues on some sections of the hospital, and insufficient accommodation for staff. There was some progress there when we went in. The contractor was appointed in January 2023, but at the time of us monitoring and site visiting, there was no work that had started, but there was some good news there at least. And then KwaMakuta Clinic at the time, the ceiling and asbestos roof was not fixed, was posing a danger to staff and patients visiting the clinic, and it was reported that the roof had once collapsed in the labor ward and blood room. The project was then handed over to the Department of Public Works on 14 May 22, and further the tender process for the project was finalized and was awaiting approval from the BAC at the time. When we followed up and the PSC has had meetings with, we then subsequently had meetings last year with the MEC for Health, and the MEC, HOD and EXCO members explained that the severe budget cuts and constraints really were hampering the ability to really give full attention to all hospital facilities. MEC also pointed out to us that she had tabled the challenges before the National Minister of Health, and also that she did approach the President together with the Honourable Premier on the health facility challenges in the province, and obviously the budget challenges, etc. So we did have follow-up meetings, and last year we did a joint inspection with the Health Ombudsman in KZN, and we had the opportunity to then also re-raise issues. And we know that the the cuts in the budget are really affecting our health facilities and the ability to also get infrastructure upgraded. Then we move on to in the same year, 23-24, the inspections conducted at KZN schools affected by the flood. These are the schools we visited: Bangebizo Primary School at Ntwalume, and then Potchefstroom High School at Ogu, Isinamova High School at St. Faith's, Dobandlela High School at High Flats, Ezemshanga Primary School at Ogu, Infume Primary School, and then Gamalake Junior at Potchefstroom. So mostly, you'll find there was some progress in most of these. On Bangebizo, there was access road was eroded. Vehicles could not get access. The road was not fixed. Roof leakages and soil erosion underneath the Park Home classroom was still not attended to. And then when we went on again to check up, the access road had still not been fixed and no other repairs took place, but some fencing had been done. When it comes to Potchefstroom High School, there was a pathway for learners that was damaged by floods. It was not safe for learners to use, and there was damages to the boarding establishment. In progress to be noted there was no assistance was provided by the department, but the school was fixed through insurance claims which did not cover the full repair costs. So they had some progress over there, but through the insurance claim. In terms of Isinamova High School, the school has asbestos roofing that was impacted worse by the floods. Their partial repairs on the roof were done in one block of the school when we visited, so there was progress on that side that was moving. On Dobandlela, the school was damaged, walls were soaked with water, and we have a lot of mold buildup at schools, particularly where the walls are soaked in many of the schools across the province. So on Dobandlela, the old damaged structure was demolished. A construction company was on site. They were busy with the construction of new classrooms and fencing had been changed. There were park homes that were also set up that were being used as classrooms while the construction was taking place. So some progress and improvement there. Ezemshanga Primary School, the roofs were still not fixed. Ablution facilities were not fixed. And what happened then is the school had to take money from the maintenance portion of the norms and standards budget to the value of 13,000 just to repair the office and some toilets, etc. In terms of Infume Primary School, severe damages on the walls and ceilings with visible holes in the roof. School was amalgamated with another school to assist to manage the learners, and that resulted in a lack of classrooms, insufficient classrooms, and no playground. And no progress on that one. In terms of Gamalake Junior Primary, roof leaks and damp walls, asbestos roofing, badly damaged. There was no progress there, non-response by the department, according to the officials in the school. The school resorted to combine learners into one class and refrain from using the damaged classes as the water continued to leak and walls were damp, resulting in overcrowding. We have to have a certain, according to norms and standards, we can't exceed the number of pupils in a classroom that is identified in the norms and standards document. So the department reported that the school will be allocated to an implementing agent for assessment of costs at that time. Then moving on to 24-25, our service delivery inspections at schools continued. We chose to assess infrastructure as well again. And the whole objective was to assess the state of the infrastructure at selected schools around the province. Our recommendations were that the department ensure filling of vacant posts, appointment of security guards, refurbishment of roof, ceiling floors at damaged schools, to ensure also prioritization of the installation of boreholes in schools based in rural areas, to prioritize eradication of pit latrines, and to seek interventions of SAPs, social workers, CPF, and other agencies to raise awareness on substance abuse at schools. So often principals and educators spoke about, the rising challenge of substance abuse that they are encountering. And the schools that we visited, the 13 schools below, it's Georgetown High School, Khawele Sizwe Primary School, Sydenham Primary School, Intiniana Primary School, Ebota Primary School, Imbuyiselo High School, and Sipapeme High School, Khazane Primary School, Sanzwili Primary School, Tegelimfundo Primary School, Lugobe Secondary School, Toby Primary School, and Maranjana Senior Primary School. So to depict, because we are evidence-based organization, just to depict that this is how the buildings were actually looking. We take the pictures and we also present it in our reports when we present it to the legislature. Then we moved on to look at in 25-26 service delivery inspections at selected schools to monitor eradication of pit latrines. We are really worried about the situation of pit latrines at schools, honourable members. Our objective there was to monitor progress on the eradication of pit latrines at selected schools that were identified in the province. We know that there was a court ruling on the Komape versus Minister of Education case, where the departments were instructed to eradicate pit latrines at schools as they impose danger on learners and teachers and negatively impact teaching and learning. The PSC's recommendations on these was to supply the schools with a budget of cleaning, sterilizing chemicals, toilet tissue, hand wash soap. Schools should establish SLAs with municipalities to ensure that there's some kind of regular supply of water and water reticulation, which is a basic right for schools. Contractors should not prioritize speed over quality and functionality, simply because inspections are mostly administrative in nature. We found that a lot of the inspections that take place internally by the department are just mostly administrative in nature. The gap between compliance and actual service delivery is a known challenge in the public sector infrastructure monitoring. And so when the Department of Education partners with the body like, for example, DBSA, Development Bank of South Africa, to eradicate pit latrines, that was quite a big project. Or if they have to upgrade sanitation infrastructure, the expectation is that these projects deliver safe, they deliver compliant facilities for learners. And we had obviously further recommendations that are detailed in our report, which was sent to the Legislature, just to perhaps outline the 14 schools and 7 district offices that we covered during these inspections. So Nomzamo Primary School, Ndela Secondary School, Senzela Secondary School, Zikabangele Primary School, Nodineka Secondary School, Nongungun Yane Primary School, Esipogwini Primary School, Vugani Mazulu Secondary School, Siangem Pumalelo Secondary School, Kulonyelwa Primary School, Pambela Primary School, Woniwa Primary School, Escort Senior Secondary. And these were the districts we covered. It was Umlazi District, Harigwala District, Ogo District, King Tletwayo District, Mkanyagoti District, Utugela, and Zululand District offices. Pictures that are very disturbing. Some places you'll see a nice pathway going, but when you actually get into the facility, that's how the facilities generally pan out and look. Pipes lying on the floor, dilapidated, water leaking, sewage leaking around. It's a great health hazard to the pupils. Stalls with no doors, which really compromises young girls and the girls that are there because, I mean, they don't have privacy, even for the boys for that matter. And it was really very disappointing. And then we're looking at further schools that we assessed in 24-25 in terms of infrastructure. On a Department of Education findings which we made, majority of inspected schools do not have adequate classrooms to accommodate the number of learners, which results in non-adherence to the norms and standards. We have overcrowding, and the condition of the classrooms shows dilapidation, ranging from walls with mold, as I said earlier, uneven floors, windows with no glass panes, and that poses such a huge challenge when there's a strong wind, when it's raining, when there's storms. I mean, the water is coming right into through the windows onto their books, and obviously wetting them. The uniforms are being soaked, window frames are falling, raising safety issues for learners and for educators as well. Some of the schools have roof damage, and the ceilings are really falling apart. Only the schools based in urban areas seem to have flush ablution, and the ablutions in schools based in rural areas show serious concern, as some even lack privacy. As I said, the stalls don't have doors, etc. The schools still lack the supply of water, but the majority have JoJo tanks. They're doing their best under the circumstances to collect rainwater, and the schools lack recreation facilities and substitute teachers. So a lot on the progress. We are awaiting a meeting with the MEC and HOD to discuss all the reports on inspections at education facilities. Meetings with district heads are now being facilitated by our team so that the budget plans for district can take into account the challenges at their schools. And then further inspections in 25-26, which is the current financial year. The role of the district is minimal in that they don't get involved in budget consultations except to submit lists of school in maintenance plans to the province for approvals. Furthermore, this affects their support to schools' operation and maintenance. So when we visited district offices last year, we decided that we won't just visit the schools, we'll also visit the district managers. And a lot of them were kind of surprised when we were giving them the report in terms of what happened at the schools in their districts that we managed to inspect within our capacity. And we realized that sometimes the reports are just being sent bottom up. There's no physical verification of the stories that are being submitted by the schools. And so we were encouraging district managers to start to, put their foot on the ground and start to visit some of these schools, especially the ones that we outlined and all the others that are under their purview, which they are managing, and not just to take a tick box response, from the bottom up. And we didn't find any resistance from the district managers. And we're saying to them, look, this is what you tell us. When you say so many schools were given projects to work with Department of Education, DBSA, on getting rid of pit latrines that have flush toilets, you've got a tick box saying project complete. When we go on the scene, the flush toilets are not working. They're not functional, pipes are missing, or they have challenges because of water piping. And on your list, you're saying project complete because there's a nice fancy structure there. But whether it's functional, that is something that you're not speaking to. And we, as a Public Service Commission, went and performed oversight, and many of these are not functional. So we need you to revisit that. We also cannot have DBSA come in, deliver, be paid or whatever, and not have functioning working facilities at those schools. Budget is centralized and controlled by the provincial offices. Is a lot of what the cries of the district offices were. And the district offices only submit plans with the list of schools for either infrastructure, water and sanitation renovations, but they don't consider chemicals, and other things which are really missing for the pupils: toilet roll, hand washing facilities, that kind of thing. The budgetary constraints result in project non-deliverables. There are many role players in the process of eradication of old pit latrines, but it's slow. And often budgetary constraints are cited. There's some of the teachers and the educators and principals complained about the interference of construction mafia, which is, they say, sometimes life-threatening. Desludging of pit latrines is also not regular. That's a real problem. And some of the schools, their location makes it very difficult sometimes for the trucks to even reach, but it's not impossible. And sometimes it's just use an excuse that they're not sending the truck because of the kind of roads that have to be traversed. So trucks, unfortunately, the educators and principals have to keep asking and asking and asking. So there's no program that it'll be done once a week or something. So it's desludged or once every 2 weeks or something like that. So it does affect many schools, and not all are assisted. The water supply and boreholes are still a challenge. And Amajuba district particularly experiences a lot of flooding of their toilets during rainy days, and toilets get full very, very quickly, and it requires regular desludging. So, just for hygiene purposes for everybody on that facility, it's very important that desludging does take place. So in terms of progress, we didn't get much. We are awaiting a response on the report submitted to the MEC and HOD as well, and we have requested meetings to discuss the observations on the ground and the recommendations contained in the report. We have also scheduled follow-up meetings, as I said, with district directors. We're facilitating that to see whether the challenges have been budgeted for, because we particularly spoke to say, look, don't only speak for infrastructure, see how conducive the environment is for learning and teaching. Moving on, there were schools also where the construction of VIP toilets were still underway, and those were still, most of them were still using old pit latrine toilets. The inspection team also found that the condition of old pit toilets was not good. And it's concerning that schools with pit toilets currently, even after the Department of Education was ordered to eradicate pit latrines at schools, is not moving. But again, the budget constraints are being cited. All schools lack supply of toilet papers and hand wash soap. I'm going to come back to that one because there's a story that I need to tell. In most schools, the supply of water is the biggest challenge. Schools were not privy to the budget for the projects. School principals or management become aware of the process of eradication only when the implementation agencies come to introduce a project to the school. So in other words, the principal doesn't know that there's going to be a project to get rid of your pit latrine and a flush toilet. They just find out when somebody just pitches up on site. So they're not getting that communication between the provincial, the district office, and the actual school itself, which is also something that we outlined in our recommendations. They just get the surprise and they don't know whether it's a legitimate service provider or not a legitimate service provider. So they have to quickly make phone calls to check, hey, somebody's come on site, they're saying they're going to help us. Is it true or is it not true? And the schools have either a VIP old put or flushable toilets. Also, there's poor workmanship in the schools. And as I said, they're incomplete due to non-payment by some of the service providers. Some of the service providers don't complete the job. Obviously, they don't get payment and it just sits there for a while. Not much progress reported there as well. We are continuing, as I said, to monitor the response. Honorable members, I just have to cite something that really, disturbed us. I can't say broke our heart, but it's like ripped through our souls. There's a school that we visited last year, and we noticed that the doors to the stalls were like scratched and dug up and things like that. There's no paint left on the doors, etc. And we wondered why every door on the stall is looking like this. It's peeled and whatever. And one of the educators gave us such a disturbing story. And the story was that pupils are not given, the school is not given toilet roll paper. And what the pupils are doing or the learners are doing is ripping the paint and ripping the material of the board to use it to wipe themselves after they detox. This just disturbed the entire PSC team. We've written it in our report, we've put it out there. We're waiting for the meeting with the MEC. We have tried ourselves to try and reach, we are trying this year to try and reach donors to see. We know it's a responsibility of the Department of Education, but we said in the interim, if we can just get a donor to help us with some toilet paper for that school. Because I wrote some really, how must I say, deep, hard words in that report for the indignity of what these learners have to suffer. It's hard. It's a very hard one. Service delivery inspections at Home Affairs, service centers in 23-24. The Chatsworth Service Center, the findings where there are separate venues to deal with online booking and walk-ins, dilapidated buildings, continuous water leakages and walls with mold. Walls and ceilings could have collapsed any day due to their deteriorating state. The condition of these buildings imposes health hazard challenge for the citizens as well as staff. The progress there, post-impact assessment was conducted by PSC in June 2024 and January 2025, respectively, to assess progress. The center relocated to new office space, which is the good news, following our inspection and our recommendations and our liaisons with Home Affairs, etc. And the PSC was pleased to notice a bigger, modernized premises and efficient services being rendered. On the Prospecton Service Center, our findings were dilapidated buildings, continuous leakages, and walls with mold. Both online and walk-ins are assisted. The opening of the online booking system has created opportunities for fraudsters now who wait outside the premises and who purport to make bookings for citizens who are unable to obviously go online and who are not digitalized and who are obviously born before technology, who are unable to do so themselves. Roof leaks, lighting's not working, etc., due to cable theft. It's really a challenge over there. No progress there in that Prospecton Service Center. We did find, though, that there was a new manager there who was trying to eliminate some challenges around bribery and corruption in there. She was quite tough, and we welcomed her focus on integrity there. Report was also submitted to our PSC National Cluster Commissioner. In this case, it's Commissioner Ngwenya, because our national commissioners handle the national departments. So we do the reports and we work alongside them to host meetings with the ministers. Our report was then tabled by Commissioner Ngwenya with the then Minister and DG of Home Affairs, and subsequent meetings have taken place and we held with the Cluster Commissioner and the DG. And unfortunately, they keep saying challenges of budget and constraints are always raised, but Commissioner Ngwenya is also in the new year re-engaging all portfolios again and all ministers, hoping to push for some change there. We also have Sundumbili, which we did, I think it was 22-23, Sundumbili Service Center. We've also identified alternate premises over there, and we've also tabled that before the Minister. Then we did KZN Home Affairs inspections continuing. Inspections were based on the inputs made by a member of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. We went to Park Rainey. He had received complaints from the public relating to various service delivery challenges, particularly at that inspected sites. And the objective of our visit there was to determine the validity of the allegations made, provide the most representative picture of the daily operations and practices at the service delivery sites, and to make observation of the operations at the selected facility and obtain evidence and give the PSC a chance to assess the quality of service that is offered to the citizens. So the recommendations we made there was to capacitate service sites with additional staff. Lots of vacancies exist and they do need some backup so that they can adequately attend to the demand for services. The numbers are huge, particularly on certain days. Home Affairs indicates that generally after, grant days, they normally have an influx of people who then have a few rands to then come and, follow up on whatever they need. And we want Home Affairs to also consider job creation by employing graduates to assist with dealing with backlogs, online bookings, etc. There's no reason why that opportunity cannot be used. And for the Department of Public Works to take ownership in making sure the buildings assigned to clients are appropriate and properly maintained and repaired. So in terms of that office where there was a complaint that was raised and we had to go in, the Park Rainey office is behind an old building and not on the main road. Office uses online system for bookings, and the walk-ins are not assisted. That was we did not wear it was an unannounced visit. We did not wear our identification jackets, etc. We just went in like ordinary citizens with sunglasses and sneakers and whatever. And we just started speaking to people. We fitted ourselves into the queue and started to speak to people in the queue. And this is what they were saying to us. They were saying people from rural area are also disadvantaged by the online booking system because obviously they ordinarily do not have access to technology, and it's unfair that walk-ins are not attended to, which we did raise when we met with the staff. Currently, the system takes only 72 people, and it has 13 staff members to attend to it all. And of course, if it's downtime, you won't even get past 30 or 20. So they do experience a lot of system downtime as well. In terms of the inspections continued, we did last year, we did in 25-26, we did the Hammersdale Service Center because we're told that in KZN there are 3 digital portal service centers in KwaZulu-Natal, Hammersdale, Pavilion, and Chatsworth. So Chatsworth we had already done and covered. Findings are in Hammersdale where the offices are dilapidated. There are continuous water leakages. There are walls with mold arising from rainfall. There's no undercover facilities for community that queue, especially during rainy days and hot days. There's no proper offices for management and registration of marriages. There's limited staff capacity. There's no facilities for smart ID cards. This is a real cry from our people on the ground. Certain service centers do not have facilities for smart ID cards. So applicants have to go all the way to Pinetown, and they don't have that kind of money. So it's cost heavy for the indigent. And also there's a need there for that office to be relocated. So we looked at, we're told we had an honorable member that from the NCOP who joined us because he wanted to also be part of this visit at Hammersdale. There's a building which is being proposed nearby belonging to Coastal College. However, this building is completely dilapidated, like in terms of the roofs. The walls may be strong because it's an old building, but the roofs were really bad. They were infested with might have bird lice there. And we asked that the Department of Labour and Public Works will have to assess if this building is capable of being renovated and what will be the, obviously the cost of renovations. We have to look at that and, and how habitable it is. So we have then presented it to the department. The Pavilion Service Center, cited as one of the finest 3 digital portal service centers in KZN, findings were quite shocking. We read about it in the papers, and we said the team sat down and said, "Well, let's go and see this," and we're surprised, if not shocked. It is digitized. It's a modernized offices. It's got all those fancy steel chairs that you find in airports, etc. But it's always offline due to its location in the basement of the Pavilion Mall. Connectivity issues and downtime is a regular occurrence. You know that generally when we go and park our cars in basements, you don't get much connectivity. So how this was chosen as a facility there really amazes me. So downtime, when we were there at that time, it was January 2025, when we were there, the downtime at that time that was recorded was almost 8 days in that so-called digitized portal service. There was a lot of reluctance of staff to engage manual services to assist clients. We had to stand there and ask, is there no manual way around it? And then they gave us the bureaucratic answer of that, no, well, we don't know if head office will sign. People were standing there waiting for a passport. They were going to take a flight that night. It was really difficult. So eventually we managed to persuade them to engage their manual services, but we are disappointed. Security was also restricting entry of clients during the downtime, forcing clients to sit on the floor of the parkade, which is a huge risk for their lives, especially mothers with babies who are coming to register the births of their brand new babies, because there's such high levels of carbon monoxide emissions right there. Cars are going zoom, zoom, zoom up and down in that parkade. And there was even a disabled person who was sitting on the floor there, not being allowed to go into the air-conditioned office. So we had to do a bit of strong arming over there to make sure that everybody gets in, and obviously lay it out bare in the report. So the report was submitted to the Provincial Head of Home Affairs and to the PSC National Cluster Commissioner, and the report was also tabled to the DG of Home Affairs, and we're awaiting their feedback still. Just to show on the left-hand side what the Chatsworth Home Affairs was looking like. In fact, the team had done it before my arrival and before I took off office at the PSC, and then we followed up with the monitoring, and there you see the improved brand new building that they moved into the service center. And then this is the picture of the unannounced inspection that we did at Park Rainey. It's our staff members there, just looking like ordinary civilians, and then we covered it in our newsletter in the organization. Then moving on, service delivery inspections at Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which we undertook in 24-25 financial year. And the objective was to determine the extent of support provided by KZN DART to emerging farmers, to assess the availability of resources to support the farmers and to assist in sustaining development and eradication of poverty, as well as to propose appropriate measures to ensure effective and efficient support to farmers and emerging farmers, that is, an effective use of state resources. So in terms of we had 8 sites that we inspected in 4 districts, eThekwini, Mgungundlovu, Tugela, Mkhanyabote. A majority of farms are registered as cooperatives. Some farmers were on the database but never received any support or production inputs from the department. Most farming is done at residential areas, unfortunately, because of a lack of space for land or farming. There is lack of support from the extension officers. This was a consistent complaint. They're not getting support from extension officers. I know of the CASP program, having served in agriculture in my career within the public service, and they were not getting CASP funding. No training and access to markets provided to the farmers, no infrastructure provided with an exception of one program, which was the Sukuma Wenze project, which received a Jojo tank. And our recommendations were that the department update its database of emerging farmers and even its beneficiaries, because the beneficiary list that we got and when we went on the ground, most of these people, the farmers indicated that they were actually not even aware that they're on the beneficiary list because they had received nothing. They need assistance, they need support to gain access to the markets to sell products. There was one, believe it or not, a farm in Hillcrest, in the Hillcrest area. They had the most amazing jalapeno chilies and avos, which they could actually, send to SPAR, and they had it in quite big numbers. And we then obviously hinge on the department to try and start to open up the ability to to get them into the value chain. So we want to have the emerging farmers empowered with skills. We want to assist. We've recommended they assist them to partner with well-established farms. So this mentoring program, it used to be there previously. I don't know if it's still there now, but we weren't able to pick up any confirmation of that. So that they can provide on and off farm infrastructure, tractors, tailbeam and production inputs, and provide adequate fencing on the farms. There's a lot of theft. So sometimes you find emerging farmers are starting up, they're doing well, they're able to sell within the communities, but then they're also having theft within the communities because of the high levels of poverty. So our report, unfortunately, was sent to Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. It was we have not received an acknowledgement as yet. We have requested an appointment with the MEC and HOD, and we have not been successful after several attempts, but we will continue. We'll continue to attempt to get the department. So those are more or less the inspections, but also what we do as the PSC honorable members is to manage grievances. I have outlined a little bit in terms of our critical role in management of grievances, and perhaps just to, just speak to the various grievances there. Just as I said, I did augment a bit of information so that portfolio committee chairpersons can look a little bit at the information around the portfolios that you perform oversight over. And that's all the grievance. And then we gave a little bit on complaints as well from a holistic point of view in terms of what types of complaints that we received over the years. Some of the complaints are handled themselves by departments, and some come to the PSC, and then we handle it, and the numbers are provided. And then the good news for the last 3 years is the financial disclosure framework, which in the last 3 years we have done so well. And we really, really commend the public servants, SMS managers, who are able to then reach 100%. We commend the HODs and the MECs for giving us in KwaZulu-Natal the whole 100% in terms of the department's performance. You'll see in 2021, it was I was not there at the time. I came in 21-22. It was 99.8%. 21-22, it was 99.8%. 22-23, our province got 100%. 23-24, 100%, and 24-25. It really speaks a lot for integrity and ethics management. And we also commend every ethics officer in every department who works alongside with the HOD and the MEC and the Provincial Ethics Officers Forum, which has now been established, that works very closely with our head of financial disclosures and ethics, professional ethics, that's Ms. Yoliso Mshali. We have really, really come a long way. It shows the cooperation and collaboration between the PSC office and the departments towards the same goal really worked. So if departments work alongside us, we're not working to come just with a stick, we're working towards building a capable ethical developmental state. And if you are open to working with us, this is what we can achieve. And then, of course, we speak to the same in another slide. And then I did also quickly just, to add a little bit on the financial misconduct cases. We provided a bit of information there as well. And to speak to the last few slides now, honorable members, what are the challenges from our side, which we highlight now in the short time that we had to make this presentation? And I just try to separate it a little bit into some key strategic points. One is engagement and implementation. Departments do not consistently engage on PSC findings. Our recommendations are noted, but they are not implemented. And there's no binding mechanism to enforce compliance. And therefore, we need the support of honorable members to help us have our Public Service Commission bill passed, because within that bill is written our ability to have our recommendations being made enforceable and our recommendations to be taken by the department and implemented. That is very important for us. Otherwise, we'll keep making recommendations and it'll be left to the will of the leadership and the management of the department to either cooperate, take it forward, or not take it forward. And then the resource constraints, budget limitations cited for non-implementation, service delivery impact remains unaddressed, resource allocations not aligned to risk areas. So what are your risk areas and where's your money going? That it needs to obviously be something that we have to work much harder on as per our inspections and the evidenced information we've given. The third point is grievance management. The systems are largely functional. there is exceptionally high grievance volumes in health. Obviously, it's a huge department with thousands of cases. It's also there in education as well. There's insufficient presiding officers. So we did unpack this with Department of Education, particularly because we found that when we liaised with the Honorable Premier and his team around suspensions in the province and the wastage of money for people just sitting at home, not rendering a service, but being paid by government for the service, we found that a lot of the numbers were not moving because these suspensions are in the Department of Education. And when we unpack that further to meet with the department directly to say why are you keeping them beyond 30 days or 60 days, etc. Why are we not, mobilizing to get the disciplinaries or the investigations, etc. going so that we can take decisions and they don't sit back for years and years endlessly. A sad true factor is that a lot of them are suspended on sexual allegations of sexual assault. Now, obviously, that person can't be moved. They can't have a precautionary transfer to some other place because there's a fear that they will continue their shenanigans in another place. So they continue to sit at home. So I said, what's the way around it? And they said, the problem is insufficient presiding officers in the province. It's something that we have now taken to the Provincial Labour Forum, Office of the Premier, and they are now working on how they can put a plan together to improve the numbers of presiding officers so that we can expedite these investigations, and those sitting and taking government's money on suspensions, they get dealt with, and then there's justice and fairness in the system. There's delays also that in the grievance management process that undermines labour stability. And of course, the unnecessary exorbitant legal costs that are incurred in some cases. And the costs are not incurred sometimes by the departments. It's people who, those who are allegedly the offenders, the alleged offenders, they want to stall the process, so they keep going back and engaging the attorneys and then keep saying they're sick and, giving all kinds of notes not to appear before the disciplinary committees. And then it means also that it's a cost to the state. So resource constraints, as I said, budget limitations cited for non-implementation, service delivery impact remains unaddressed, and then resource allocation not aligned to those areas, and then financial misconduct, the last one, high incidence of cases of financial misconduct, and we're worried because there's minimal recovery of funds and weak consequence management. We've had several meetings. We've had meetings with HOD Treasury, with the MEC of Finance, with the Premier's office, even with Premier himself to speak about it. And Premier has assured us that these matters will be dealt with. We had a meeting sometime, I think it was in November last with Premier, where we also presented this. And we spoke about the fact that we need to expedite consequence management, and departments and HODs need to really work, accounting officers together with CFOs and their forensic managers, etc., need to work, and risk managers need to work on recovery of funds from those, because a lot of them are getting away. Some of the recommendations we may just put at a high level before Honourable Chairpersons. One is to enforce accountability, as I mentioned earlier. We would love for them to adopt a lot of our recommendations as committee. We would love for chairpersons of committees to look at our reports and sometimes look at what is viable so that you can adopt it and pass it as a resolution, while we don't have the authority and the power to do so all the time. Require departments to report on implementation progress and to summon accounting officers for non-compliance. How can we institutionalize follow-up? I think it's very important that we set fixed timelines for departmental response, not just to say, we want you to come back with a report, but we say by when. We in the PSC generally have worked around making sure that when we send something, we ask for a timeline. Can we have a response within 30 days? Can we have a response within 7 days, depending on the nature? And then we follow up. And so timelines are very important to monitor and to make sure that we are taken seriously. To standardize reporting formats across portfolios, I think that's important, to track repeat findings. And that's where, the legislature, portfolio committees and ourselves can look at it and see what are the repeat findings and how we can push these through and get the departments to start to make progress on these. In terms of strengthening consequence management, I think demand reporting on disciplinary outcomes. Are there disciplinary outcomes? Where's the disciplinary process? To require recovery plans for financial losses, as I mentioned earlier, and to escalate chronic non-compliance. We are not shy to do that. When we pick up that there's a chronic non-compliance, we and HODs and management team are not responding. We write up to the MEC. If we find the MEC is also ignoring us, then we find our way to get to Executive Council or to the Premier, and also, to if we have more exposure within the portfolio committees, and we would also bring it there as well. To address structural constraints, to interrogate budgets, alignment to service deliveries, and I think the legislature handles that very well on an annual basis. And then prioritize high-risk departments such as health and education, and also something that you might find unusual that I've put there to challenge budget allocations. And I think that writing to the Appropriations Committee or finding your way to make your representations to the Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly will really help, because we really do need more money in the portfolios of health and education. We need the money to be directed to where the challenges are as well. So that does help. In conclusion, Honourable Madam Speaker, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable Chief Whip and Chairs of Portfolios Committees, we as the PSC KZN, we really appreciate the invitation. We appreciate the opportunity to present our oversight work to this Committee of Chairpersons of the Legislature. We are always available for consultation and clarity on any matter within our mandate and services, and we do remain committed to working with the Legislature, which is, we see ourselves as an extended arm of the Legislature in fulfilling our constitutional mandate of oversight responsibilities. We'd also love at some stage to work on an MOU between ourselves that would cement our collaboration and cooperation arrangements, and continued collaboration between ourselves remains essential to strengthening accountability and service delivery. We do look forward also to closer collaboration with portfolio committees and advancing effective constitutional oversight. Thank you.
Thank you
Over
so
to
much,
minimize.
Commissioner,
How do I minimize?
for the truth. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for the presentation. Let's give her a big round of applause. Honorable Chairpersons, any hands for comments, questions on the presentation? Honorable Moloi, Honorable Chazi. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to thank the Commissioner for the presentation. We appreciate it, and it also give us an insight of the work that she is doing with all the government departments. I have seen that in page 26, it doesn't speak where in relation to the other, where the Department of Agriculture is not listed as the department that has grievances that were sent to the commission. If I'm not reading well, that table shows 00, but there is a report above on the issue of that the commission went and visit emerging farmers to check whether they are given the work or the support that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is supposed to be giving. So I wanted to see how do the two tile, but I'm hoping that I'll get the response. The other one is on the table that speak with the, which is talking to, I think it's table 20, not 29, I think it's 26, where it says that there are cases that are finalized and also that are closed. I wanted to get a difference between the two Because it says finalized, but the next column is say closed, and the last column saying is pending. But they said initially it's the total number of grievances reported. I'm saying that there is an area where I saw that one department has two. For instance, in my example is in ATIA, in saying it's having two grievances received, one finalized, one closed, and the pending is 0, so that I understand that properly. By finalized, meaning that it's closed and it's no longer having other matters that need to be followed up, or does that mean that if it's closed, it means that it's closed, but there are still other matters pending on it? If I get the clarity on that. I would also request that the commissioner, if she can assist us to get, as she is recommending that we must do oversight and monitor the implementation of recommendation. If the report can be separated as per the department, so that we actually understand. If I'm the chair of Conservation and Environmental Affairs, if I have my cases and the recommendation that are done, irrespective whether the MEC has responded or not, but I'm able to make follow-up and list them as part of the agenda to get the report and feedback, as we normally do with other standing committees such as SCOPA and others. That would be my request, so that we know exactly what is it that we are talking about. But we appreciate the work that has been done, and so unfortunately that I heard that there are matters that are not closed when it comes to matters that of gender-based violence, in a manner that there are sexual abuses that are happening at departments. Would love to hear those, and how many, and what is the progress in respect to them. Because she just she highlighted them, and then we have not seen exactly where is that those departments who are culprits, and what is the action that has been taken to those that have done so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and I must join in welcoming the presentation from the Commissioner. I have been covered by Honorable Stole on issues that she has raised, but I think the issue of mandate, the powers, as well as the role that we ought to be playing as members of the legislature becomes important. One, Chairperson, it's clear that there is work that is being done by the PSC, but what becomes a concern are areas of weaknesses in terms of enforcement, as well as the follow-throughs by the department, which then begs the question on us now as members of the legislature, that how do we, play a role that can further strengthen the implementation of the recommendations by the PSC at a provincial level? I think that is an important question that we ought to be addressing, Chairperson. But also, in the view of the Commissioner, what are the additional powers do they need to ensure that, to assist, because you do understand that the mandate of the PSC is constitutionally grounded. So it's important then to check what additional powers do they need to ensure enforcement of the resolutions. The second issue, Chairperson, is around what is raised in terms of the resource constraints versus service delivery. In that, Chairperson, for me,
is it enough that the departments are saying that we cannot implement some of your resolutions because we are facing budgetary cuts? Or is it an issue within the departments of not being able to have the internal capacity in terms of resources to implement the recommendations that that have been raised? Because I believe to a certain extent that we cannot apply a blanket approach to the excuses of budgetary constraints within departments. Is it an issue of service delivery failures where there is, a certain level of budget to be implementing some of the recommendations? The next issue, Chairperson, is with regards to grievance management. Because you do find that in some departments, there's exceptionally high grievance volumes. So one would ask the question on whether is it due to, systematic drivers like labor relation issues, or is it attributed to management failures or understaffing in some instances where you are finding a higher number of grievance management issues within the department? Lastly, Chairperson, is the issue on financial misconduct and the consequence management in departments. And the question that I have is, at what point should we attribute this to chronic failures to recover funds within department? And at what level do we start holding the accounting officers responsible for the non-recovery of funds within departments? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I wish to comment on the issue of the pit latrine set report that you gave to us. Just wonders, I just hope the portfolio committee people of education could really take that matter up. It's a very serious issue, and it is an indictment to us when we have such sad reports. One just could not get the name of the school where the learners were scratching the doors in order to do what you outlined to us. It's a very sad. If one could hear or know what that school is. The other issue that one wish to talk about is the issue of financial misconduct cases, where you're talking about high incidence cases. Which departments are responsible for such? I think the issue of grievances has been covered. And there is also the issue of education requiring monies or short of funds. But you also talk about high legal costs when teachers are sitting at home. Are we going to ask for more money so that they continue to pay teachers staying at home? So how do we deal with that particular challenge? Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Commissioner Bacus.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me start with the Honorable Chairperson of Agriculture, Sithole Maloyi. Thanks, ma'am. The grievances that we spoke to are not, the inspections are separate because that's the clients of the department. That is now the so-called emerging farmers. The grievances that we outlined in the stats is where the PSC has to take the grievances of the staff. In other words, employees of the state, because that's we act as a relief agency for that. So you'll find a lot of them are dealt internally, and sometimes they are resolved. And where it's not resolved within the department, then in terms of the law, they have the right to place it at the bargaining council or go to the CCMA, or they come to the PSC. So those stats are speaking to that of employees, not necessarily the clients. And then on the, I think that speaks to also the grievances for, I think, the ETIA one as well. And then you want the definition of what is closed versus what is finalized. So let me explain that one for you. Just want to give you the detailed one. So in terms of finalized, we refer to a grievance that has been fully investigated. So it's from start to finish, and there is an investigation report that we normally compile and we issue it to the department. So that's closed now, it's completely given there. I mean, that's finalized. Closed is when the grievance now that is closed, it hasn't, without being fully investigated because of many reasons, such as the grievance, for example, has been internally resolved after it's being referred to the PSC. And the PSC is just being informed that the same grievance has been referred to other institutions. So we also have like cases where, for example, we will write to the department and we'll say, we have received this grievance, and the department labor officer will say to us, oh, by the way, you can close it now because we've dealt with it. But we don't just close it. We will go to, obviously, the aggrieved party and we'll say, by the way, the department has said to us that they've settled with you, they've paid out your unpaid leave or something like that. And they will say, yes, indeed, they will confirm it, then we close it. And in some cases, we will find that there's something called forum shopping. The aggrieved party will start write to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. They will write to us, they will write to public protector, they'll go to CCMA and whatever, and then we have certain rules around it also. So if it's already been taken into the courts, then we will close it because it may not be, finalized, but it will be finalized within the court arena. We don't enter into the fray once it's within the Department of Justice. So that's, the difference between the two. In terms of the reports to be separated, Honorable Sitola Moloi, ma'am, we do send separate portfolio reports. We table it before the speaker. We get confirmation. It will be tabled in the House, and then in our letter we say, please let it then pass through to the respective portfolio committee. On the GBV, in terms of the suspensions, we will pull together that information and make sure it reaches the chairperson's office. And then the next question, in terms of the powers of enforcement, I'm so happy that this is raised. We've been crying for years on this one. Really on the issue of our powers, we have the power to recommend and give directives, but we can't compel a department to take our recommendations.
Connectivity.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I see. All right. Let me quickly say then, we are the PSC bill is. Can you hear me, honorable members? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all
you're
right.
audible.
So, thank you. So, when it comes to our recommendations being implemented, and we've had 3 test cases that have where judges have said this is the PSC. It is a constitutional institution. It should have some authority for you to take as a department their recommendations seriously. And so the legal services in our department uses that at this stage. But the PSC bill, which is out now for public hearing, is the one that speaks to giving us that authority to have our serious recommendations taken final by the department. And we've had a briefing to the Honorable Madam Speaker and the legal team on that one. And I know the public hearings are coming on that one as well. So we really need that kind of support, because we feel that once we're able to do that, departments will take us seriously, and we don't make willy-nilly recommendations. Even the process of how our recommendations get pushed forward, I don't just make a recommendation my own. My case will go before a cluster. In my case, there's a Free State, Limpopo, KZN cluster. We've divided the provinces. So I, as a commissioner, will make my recommendation, will go before 2 other commissioners, and we'll take a holistic look at it to say whether Commissioner Bacus has made the right recommendation, or do we add more recommendations, and then it's finally signed off by the cluster, and then I can take it forward. So we have quite an intense validation process. So it's not willy-nilly just to make ourselves famous or something like that, or to push our weight of being a constitutional agency. We have, you know, those kind of screening processes. By the time it reaches the department, we're pretty certain it's an implementable recommendation. In terms of the resource constraints, it's a very important point, which I raised somehow by saying that we have to link priorities. You'll find when I was speaking about, you know, how we, in my recommendations, yes, we have challenges around resource constraints, but in terms of how we direct, and this is where the legislature oversight on budgets and allocations really plays a central role. If we are saying this is what our reports are looking like, then we need to look into whether this is being budgeted for in terms of what the challenges are in the department. And there are capacity constraints both on the financial side and the human capacity side because of not filling vacancies, etc. But I do believe, and we have had this very direct conversation with the Premier to say, we are worried about the extent of litigation and adversarial approaches sometimes towards matters where that can be mediated. Obviously on offences against women, sexual violations, etc., we cannot mediate on those matters. But where we can mediate, we'd rather go to court. And you'll find these things often hitting the media as well. And I think, you know, that's an important point to make to all the departments. Right. In terms of, grievance management, you know, we do get, I'll get Mr. Dlamini to also explain further on grievance management. And we have our own stats of what has been referred to as PSC. And then we also make sure we monitor what the department is managing themselves internally. Mr. Dlamini will speak to that. Financial misconduct cases, we get stats from the Office of the Premier, and education and com safety, they have the huge numbers. Com safety is a small department like that. A lot of the officials at the department have left, and they have a lot of pending cases of financial misconduct, and they haven't done much recoveries. And we've presented this to the Premier as well last year. Consequence management, we really believe this is something that has to be done by the accounting officers and the management, because in the public services, we say discipline is in the hands of managers. But we find that managers are kissing cheeks and are not really implementing that. And I agree, accounting officers have to be held responsible for this, as I've said. Before I move on to the pit latrine, I'm going to give Mr. Dlamini, our head of Labour Relations Investigations, to answer further on grievance management. Mr. Dlamini?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning to the chairperson, the leadership of the province, the management of the departments present, and all protocols observed. My commissioner has covered the question which was about clarifying the difference between a closed grievance and a finalized grievance. I think that one has been fully covered. There is nothing more that I can add, unless if there is still a request for further clarity. There was a question or request regarding the departments which are experiencing a high number of grievance management issues. I think the question was seeking for the causes for such a high number of grievance management issues. In responding, I would say that it could be a range of causes for that. For instance, it could be a lack of understanding of policies by the junior officials or the junior employees of that particular department. but not only the junior employees. Sometimes even the middle management, you will find that they misunderstand, or there is a misconception, or they have a wrong interpretation of the policy, which will result into the understanding that the department is not applying the policy as they think. Whereas you find that when you are investigating that they have been misinterpreting. That might be one cause. Another cause will be the lack of capacity and support on HR and labor relations officials in those institutions which are far from the provincial head office of a particular department. This could be very much applicable in the departments that are operating on a decentralized system. The classic example will be the Department of Health in our province, which has decentralized the HR functions and the labor relations functions into their hospitals. So the observation is that those HR and labor relations officials in those hospitals, sometimes they are not properly capacitated, and they are left on their own. So that might be the other cause. The other cause will be, you will find that there are hostilities between the organized labor or the shop stewards and the management in some local offices or institutions of a particular department. So in that particular case, you will find that the shop steward will regard everything that is being reported by a member of the union, will regard it as an unfair treatment by management, instead of looking at it in an objective way, and maybe applying other ways of trying to resolve it, like requesting for bilateral meetings and mediation meetings. So those hostilities between the organized labor and management are, by and large, the cause for grievance management issues. However, I think in conclusion, one has to also indicate that there are those employees, I don't know how they were created, or whether it's in their DNA or their character. They are always serial aggrieved. They lodge grievances. Every 3 months they have a grievance. Sometimes that even reaches us as PSC. You will find that you will receive one and the same, or a grievance from one and the same person, maybe after 3 months. And you try, even besides writing the official letters to the employee, you try to pick up a call and explain in detail. Take your time. You explain the grievance procedure. You explain what is a grievance and what is not a grievance. But you will find that you will still be aggrieved again and again. So there are those types of people who are always aggrieved as long as they don't get what they want. Some people believe that they are entitled to get promotions. If they are not successful in the interviews, they will lodge a grievance. If they are not shortlisted, even if there is a tangible proof that they were not meeting the minimum requirements, but they will still want to lodge a grievance. So those are the types of the causes for the grievance management issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dlamini. I'll just wrap up.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
Yes. Can wrap
May I
up,
wrap up on the
Commissioner?
last one? Yes, thank you so much. In terms of the education portfolio and the high level costs, really, when we unpacked the whole lot of suspensions and things, we found that presiding officers are the culprits. They get dates, they don't pitch up, the department can't finalize. So there's always two sides to a story. On different cases, there's different stories. So we will give that information, but we appeal. We did speak to the Labour Forum, the Provincial Labour Forum, to appeal to presiding officers. We also found that sometimes there were allegations that presiding officers were taking bribes, but we have no proof as yet. Nobody has come forth and said, I was given a bribe to delay this case against so I can sit at home and continue to collect money. In terms of the school that really breaks our hearts and destroys our souls, it's Senzele High in King Cetshwayo district. Now, honorable members, I need to tell you that on the 20th of January, as we return to office, I wrote to Alimdad Foundation, which I've partnered with, in terms of asking them to please assist us with toilet rolls over there. I come from the hometown of Mnambiti, and I met one of the officials at a wedding, a family wedding 2 weeks ago at Mnambiti, and I said, guys, I wrote you a letter on the 20th of January, and they were saying, look, we don't mind assisting, but we also can't fully take on the responsibility of what is the department. But since this is a unique case, we will assist you. So we're waiting for them to come through with the toilet paper for at least that school. But we have to impress. It may sound like such a menial thing, but if the chair of the Education Portfolio Committee could just impress upon the dignity of these kids, for them to at least get that toilet roll, it will mean a lot to us as that. Just perhaps to also outline that we have our own PSC legacy project called Isandla Senhliziyo, a hand from the heart. This is my legacy project with my staff, which we started in 2022, where the floods really ravaged communities. Staff from the office dug into their pockets, and we all put together clothing and food relief packages. We distributed to Ngongolovo district, various areas. We also did the Jojo tank in Verulam. We put monies together to help there. We did a lot around Stedville, Ladysmith, when the Klip River flooded in 2023. And on 30th of January, we went to Mandeni to hand over a wheelchair to a disabled child, whom I cited at KZN Premier's Disability Forum at Mandeni event. This child was, she's around 12 years old. She was lying across 3 aunties on a chair, and she was wriggling, and I could see. So I approached the mother, Samkelisiwe, and I said, Sisi, why do you have a wheelchair? And she said, no, we don't have a wheelchair. So how did the child come here? Well, we aunties, we are taking different turns to carry her. It was just so heartbreaking. We're at an event, and here's this child lying there without a wheelchair. We mobilized, and we got sponsors for a brand new chair. And 2 Fridays ago, we were there at Pola Park at Sundumbili, and we handed over a wheelchair to this child together with some groceries and things to assist the mother. We also went to Impendle last year. Honorable members will remember the National Portfolio Committee and DPSA was there at the Tusong Service Center. There we met also a mother carrying also an adult disabled girl.
Sorry, honorable members, let us keep our voices low. You can proceed.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
So we met a mother in the Home Affairs office in the Tusong Center carrying an adult disabled girl on her back for more than 4 hours. The first challenge she had was that taxi did not allow the wheelchair. The second challenge is the child can't sit on its own. The child had to obviously have support mechanisms, and the chairs that were there didn't have armrests and things. So long story short, we mobilized again. We said the Tusong Center should have something. If Ugoko comes and she's tired and she can't stand any longer in the queues, there's nothing for her to sit. Sometimes the chairs are inadequate. So Tuli from our office, Tuli Mogeba, galvanized. She got one chair in the community. I got two other chairs, one sponsored by Al Imdad, one by a private donor. And last year in December, we went to Impendle and we handed over those. I don't think it's enough to just make the complaints and whatever. I think that, we're trying to set an example that we must go beyond the call of duty. So I really thank my staff members in the KZN office for really helping to source the wheelchairs and whatever we can to help wherever we go, the rural communities, to give from our hearts and from our hands as well. I think this personal consciousness means a lot to us in the PSC. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your time in the presentation. We noted that you do a lot of work, and unfortunately, as you said, that your findings are not enforceable. So we need to form a very close relationship with yourselves. Because if you find, you get such findings as you were presenting here, as this point really, it's something that is very close to what you are doing as the legislature. So we really want to forge, I think, Honorable Chairperson, it will help us to have a closer relationship with their office so that it will also enhance our oversight duties. Thank you, Commissioner. Let's then, honorable members, before we break for lunch, we'll take another presentation. So that when we come back from lunch, we'll have one, and then we can then leave. Let's have the presentation from OTP on OSS, DDM concept.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and all the chairs, the colleagues from the legislature. My name is Mbambo. I'll be doing the presentation on the OSS. I'm working in the Office of the Premier. I won't be Chairperson going per slide, but I'll just try to highlight the important points in this part of the presentation. The briefing is just to brief the members of this committee of chairs on the implementation of OSS. Here's a purpose just to brief them, apprise the members, and as well as to provide an overview of OSS DDM. Chair, at some stage, I will indicate that as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are the only province that speaks of DDM/OSS because KZN had its own flagship program of OSS, and it was seen and emulated by the current president, Ramaphosa, to have it across all the provinces. Hence, therefore, the province took a resolution not to leave the part of OSS, but continuing with both. But this slide just gives a background of when it was, when the DDM came into a province. We know that it was launched in 2019 here at Chigwini municipality. Mostly, it's more of a one district, one plan and one budget, but we'll just go through that, whether is it sustainable, does it happen. The next slide is the background to OSS. We all know that at some stage, 2008, there was a war room poverty launch that took place at Umsinga. There was a relaunch at some stage at 2009, and in 2011, there was also a relaunch of this program called OSS by the then honorable premiers of this province. But mainly at the time, it was to deal with the issues of the diseases, your HIV and AIDS, because at the time, there was a prevalence of the disease, and that people were not able to be together and be able to give in necessary support, and the issues of the food security. This slide, we're just dealing with what are the problems in the OSS that is trying to solve. We're saying that there is a poor household somewhere in the ward of any province. There are people that are sick, they are elderly, they are children, they are jobless, they are working poor, there is youth, unskilled, illiterate, women as well as disabled. So this program is there to make sure that all of them, they get together so that their issues, they get resolved. So how do they get resolved? They get resolved where they all sit in a structure called the War Room. The War Room coordination has got its leadership, which is the community leader. They decide mainly to become the local councillor that is there, but that's there. So all the structure that you see there from these specific structures, the sector departments, the offices, community leadership from religious leaders, is in donor, all field workers and community development workers that are found there. I must indicate, Chair, we still have a serious challenge as provincial government of the attendance of the departments in war rooms. The challenge that is caused by that, some of the departments, they are very thin on the ground, but at the end, they have got a responsibility to make sure that they go and collect issues and be able to implement it. So some of the issues, they don't get collected for those reasons, but we are working with the department to resolve that. The next slide, just now on the DDM. So the DDM, look at the lack of coherence among the three spheres of government, the poor intersphere collaboration, the defined strategic focus on plans, the IGR mechanism that are not working. When you talk about IGR mechanism, sometimes we do see today, because you will note that some say there are champions that has been designated by the province and by the president. But we find that a national champion will just shoot into a district without informing other champions. So there is non-coherent that we are trying, that must be addressed at an IGR mechanism level. Where, as indicated earlier, that we have had OSS and DTM, so we've tried at a province and had a workshop and presented at the Executive Council and PCF of how can we integrate the two so that we can be able to suit that. So that slide talks about that, what are the benefits for us as a province to see these two programs being integrated. I won't be going through each and every slide, the Chairperson. This one is more for the overview on the coordination across the spheres and sectors, where we are saying we need to see an intergovernmental collaboration where all spheres work together irrespective of political parties, but the sphere, they remain the spheres. The multi-stakeholder engagement, where we need to see all the stakeholders being coordinated and being able to move and be able to implement on the programs of government and aligned developmental priorities. We find that we will have a national department that will have a will to implement a project in a certain district, but they have not taken a decision. The good example of that, if you drive to Belmont, there are those houses that are on our right. So the question is why those houses were built. If you go through closer to a process, you discover that the houses were built, but there was no coordination in terms of, is there a road? Is there electricity? So that's a clear examples of why must we go do away with these silo mentalities where another sphere of government will implement another project and not maybe being in touch with another sphere of government. Here we are saying that as a province, we have been championing the issues of DDM because it was a launch here. So this is we are saying in each and every district and metro, the DDM structures have been placed. We are indicating the IGR structures. You know that it starts from the war room. As I said, out of war room, we've got clusters that we all know. Ms. Miller will speak about them now. There's a district technical hub, district political hub. There's a technical PCF. It's a Premiers Coordinating Forum where chaired by the DG, all MMs, HODs, they sit in. There's also the PCF, there's a Premiers Coordinating Forum that is chaired by the Honorable Premier, where all the mayors, the district mayors, and now we've included issues of Amakosi to be part of that. Here it's just an overview of how DTM is functioning, particularly in KZN. I'm saying political structures are 100% constituted, technical also 100%. We still have what's lacking in terms of political functionality, as well as in the technical part. And then the other slide, they depict per district. This slide is about the key benefit of traditional leadership. The President has requested that there must be inclusion. Recently, the Minister of COGTA, National Minister Shabis, has called a meeting to say there must be inclusion of all the traditional leaders in the structures of DTM. So there is a process now to make sure that whenever there is a DTM or a structure sitting, there must be a part of the traditional leadership must be part of that. So here we're just indicating that once we include the traditional leaders, there's going to be, we need to formalize their roles in the planning, ensure that there's adequate support for them, and also improve communication channels, because you can't just bring any project in an area that where the incourse is, it must be informed. So that's much part of the DTM. Here, this slide is just indicating the deployment. It has indicated that each and every district has its own champion. If I may look at Ethekwini, there on a premier is a provincial champion of Ethekwini, but also an overall champion of DTM in the province. National champions, Minister Stella Ndaben-Abrams, Minister Dean McPherson, Deputy Minister Naren Singh. Those are national ministers that are designed by the president that are sitting in the DTM structure of Ethekwini. And then we've got Mayor, Councillor Kaba, and we've got our heads of department. At Ethekwini, we've got two, HOD Dr. Sfunda, as well as HOD Mr. Mbili. So this is the work of, these are the champions that they need to see that DTM is functioning. In those ones. Recently, we just had a session last week where all the champions, especially of Ethekwini, won't be going through each and every all the districts, but they do appear there. Here, Chairperson, just we're indicating that the roles that also Premier has got a role, an overall role of making sure that DTM functions, and the content drive, as well as the provincial COGTA, has got the process, deal with the processes, because it has got a role, because it works with all the municipalities. It just continues where we're indicating that the Executive Council approves the strategy and the Cabinet days. The Honourable Premier is a provincial political champion, as indicated earlier. MECs, the DG and HODs and MMs are also indicating each and every role of those, up to the next level where we're saying what's the role of a district mayor, the MSc champion, and the national minister or deputy minister as they are assigned by the president. The president has requested that each and every DTM structure, they sit and they provide a report. There is this reporting template that has been provided by National COGTA to say we as OTP, we are providing this report back to COGTA, National COGTA, to say this district has met and they have done this work. These are the issues that they need to deal with, the issues of political oversight and support, development and implementation of DTM1 plan, critical service delivery and implementation of capital projects, financial viability and governance, and other issues that might be there in a district. So it's a role of all the champions as indicated on that side. We do have, as you remember, we've got cabinet days where each and every Wednesday, the cabinet will go to a district. We identify 11 wards where each and every MEC will be visiting. We're just indicating what are the roles. The HOD champion is doing that, and also MEC is leading, but as indicated, also Premier does the role of a coordination and supporting all the department. We do have every SMS member, from like director, chief director, DDG, they are being deployed in district. So we're trying to also, we are deploying the 56, section 56 members at the municipality to make sure that they see and have importance and see that the departments are attending at the war room. So we're just indicating what is their roles there, the terms of reference of those deployed members. We have dealt with the issue of the cabinet in Bizo to say at one of the Wednesday, like for example, we'll indicate later to say where are we going as a province. There is a plan now which district will be visited up to this financial year. So besides that, after we have gone for a cabinet in Bizo, there is a program that we call it a follow-up program where we need to say, because members will have various issues. So what is it that is done to make sure those issues are being attended to? So we've got so many issues and so many programs that we are doing to make sure that we follow up and make sure that all the issues that have been raised by the committee are being attended to. It's one of the challenges, the Chairperson, because we do have the reports on this one. We discover sometimes that some of the issues that are raised are not easily resolved because of the issues I've raised earlier of the non-attendance of the departments within that. But I think it's one of those that we need to strengthen, to say if government goes to an Mbizo and the community raising issues, why are not resolved on time? Because they need to, they are tabulated in terms of the immediately and maybe a short term and the long term. So I think that's where my view is we're still lacking, and then we're pushing. I think the last slide now talks about the upcoming cabinet days in Mbizo. For example, the one that is upcoming is the 4th of March. We have started preparing at Mkungundlovu, and then following up to 25 November. We're hoping that there won't be changes. Sometimes there are changes if there are by-elections, but at the end, we will the Executive Council will be able to bring back that particular date. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to take the meeting through on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbambo. We'll now have the acting DTG, Ms. Milner, to give us the next presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honourable members. I'm going to take the lead. I'm still Marty Milne, currently acting Deputy Director General for Strategic Management. I was a bit torn, Chair, about the presentation because I could do it literally in 30 seconds to tell you that the action work groups are not functioning because they are no longer existing and have been replaced by an alternative structure. So I'm not going to take you through the detailed presentation. I think it will be just good to understand the rationale, why we did that, and the mechanisms that are in place. There is a linkage to what Mr. Mbambo has put out. And that is through the cluster system, which we're now replicating with and through the work of COGTA at a local government system. So it's going to be a very short presentation. And it doesn't want to move. It is definitely stuck. Okay, in the meantime, Chair, I'll talk and you've got the presentation. So we started with a provincial growth and development strategy parallel to the NDP processes in 2012. And the action work groups became an institutional arrangement to drive the National Development Plan and the provincial growth and development strategy. And in that process, we incorporated representation from business, labor, and civil society. Over time, it evolved to become task teams linked to our cluster system as they now are. And we still had several challenges in making it operational. Some of them worked quite well, not many, and there were reasons for it. But they were really trying to find a way of bringing together different stakeholders at a very operational level to drive the implementation of the programs of the day. We've matured beyond that, though, in terms of how we need to integrate and also trying to refine some of the structures and systems we had in a more streamlined approach. We did not just do this for the sake of. We did conduct an evaluation, and that evaluation showed us that it was actually no longer functioning as well as it should. And we started asking the question, why? Well, because of us having to rationalize the positions we've got in government, but also the way we've got to rationalize our structures, you'd find a situation where one individual is now required to be in 18 different action work groups. It became impossible. We also found a situation whereby the responsibility became put upon the action work group conveners to drive all of these processes. And then the structures that were supposed to support them did not take the accountability that they were designed to do. So we looked at alternative mechanisms to say, well, do we try and strengthen resources within departments? Well, the reality is there's no funding for that. And we have to rationalize the compensation of employees. I'm sure the Minister for Finance would have also gone through some of those cost containment measures with you in terms of looking at how we're actually spending the fiscus. But also similarly, we found a lot of overlap between several action work groups. So rather than duplicating, we then looked at the cluster system. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate for us because National always learns from KZN. And when they adopted the medium-term development plan, they then also realized that, listen, for us to work more effectively, we've got to use our cluster system that's existing more effectively so that we don't have these multiple layers of reporting. So the benefit of that was really looking at reducing the layers. So you've got straight line of accountability going through the cluster system, making sure that the strategic direction is improved so that the cluster system gives direction to the departments and the team and core departments that are driving the implementation, and also to take ownership through the Executive Council. Gee, this is the diagram that some of you might have known, came from the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, but it's adjusted because you don't have that additional layer of action work groups coming through. This does not mean that we don't allow clusters to have task teams where they need to focus on interventions. The downside was, well, a lot of the cluster systems typically don't have business, labor, and civil society. Our solution to that problem: let us review our sector councils and let us make sure that those sector councils truly represent business, labor, civil society, and academia, so that we can spread the capacity and the resources that are there. I'm not going to go into all the details, Chair, in the interest of time, but I can confirm that the following sector councils are in fact active, and they're not just talk shops. Each one is underpinned by a strategy. The youngest one is the Infrastructure Council. They're still busy working on this, but they've got the KZN master plan to assist them and drive that process. The Climate Change Council, which is the second youngest one, has already adopted a provincial KZN climate change response plan and is driving through that process implementation through the Premier's Coordinating Forum, the district development model, and working with the departments in terms of that plan, and then having the oversight through the cluster system as well. So that way, it's not just the action work groups using an accountability or a mechanism to get reports, but now you've got active participation through the sector councils from a range of people with different expertise, driving and informing our plans and development and coming up with some brilliant ideas in different spheres. And we are seeing that difference coming through. Some of them are the older ones that you are more familiar with. Economic Council. There's a lot of work happening now between the Economic Council and the HRD Council so that we can not just focus on the economic growth, but also the skills. And the two councils are working quite closely together. And then the HIV and AIDS Council is one of the oldest and still most well-known, but also very functional. Our Social Cohesion and Moral Regeneration Council has been relaunched, and similarly, the Honourable Premier is working with them to refine the strategy that was developed in 2018. So, Chair, I think in the interest, it's just to note, we don't have the action work groups. We've adopted the cluster system. They've got technical clusters represented by the departments, grouped in terms of the core functions that they perform. They do have their core teams. They can have subtask teams to work with it, but to pull in the representation we want from business, labor, and civil society, we are driving and making sure that our sector councils are more functional, and they are basing their work on integrated strategies that are aligned to the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan, and the KZN MTDP implementation framework for that national MTDP, which is the program of action for this administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those presentations. The second one, we are noting the changes. And then the first one was on OSS. Do you have comments on OSS? Yeah. Let's start there, Apisa, and then we come to Mrs. Chaz. Honorable Chaz is my schoolmate. So I'm practicing Chaz because for over 25 years I've known her as Masigo. Now I must make sure I practice that. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, mine is short. I wanted to check from Mr. Mbambo that these Zimbizos that they embark on or Imbizo, Liz, do you see value for money? Do you see impact after you've went to those areas?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and we welcome the presentation. I think just a quick one, Chair. In terms of OSS as a province, we know it is a model that has been working. I don't know over the years what has happened, Mr. Mbambo. Because in terms of us performing our oversight responsibilities, Chairperson, we've been to a number of places. You see, Ugut, in other wards, it's working. And in other areas, it has totally collapsed. So I think, Chairperson, we do recognize it as a powerful vehicle that is people-centered, but what becomes important, Mr. Mbambo, is its consistent implementation in all the wards. There must be a certain level of accountability that takes place, especially from the government departments. And then on our side as the legislature, we then need to strengthen also our oversight. But equally so, on the side of the executive, it becomes important. Chairperson, Mr. Mbambo made mention of one district, one plan, and one budget. Now, the question, Mr. Mbambo, that I have is on the part of one plan. In terms of provincial government versus the local government, do we really have one plan working on all the levels of government? Because it might be good on paper, but when you are looking, moving towards
And sometimes the national government, you just shoot down to the ward without even giving information to the province, of which it's a gap. I think that will be addressed going forward. My question, Mr. Mbambo, is it a sin also to include the constituency offices in this DDM, because we are working in those areas, especially when there is a project? A person from Ndlwati will not know that Hlengwe is responsible for oversight. When the government project collapse, they will come to me and ask, of which I don't even know anything about it, especially with the provincial government departments. Is it a sin to inform a person who has a constituency office in the area of any project and the program that it's happening in that particular area, so that we do not wait until you come back to do your work? As the person that is serving the constituency, you will be updating and also monitoring on behalf of the provincial government on the work that is happening in the area where I'm coming from. Is it a sin to inform your colleagues at the level of the legislature as the provincial government? I think that is the only question that I wanted to raise after the Masigos, Chazi have raised a number of issues, which I think they are also very critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for both presentations. Let me also comment both presenters. Firstly, I would like to thank the OTP for adhering to the fact that even in white paper for local government, they are emphasizing the issue of the traditional leadership. So I think by inclusion of Amakhosi in the OSS structures is going to strengthen that. On a positive note, I believe they are going to assist in terms of ensuring that even those departments who doesn't want to come are now going to come. We all know where Amakhosi are involved. There is that culturally we respect them. So I believe it's going to help. But at the very same time, I want to ask the OTP, in a number of times, you will find that there are Amakhosi who have a certain way of running certain things. To be specific, there are areas where you find that there are things that are done, some of them which are not constitutionally correct. Chairperson, it's not all Amakhosi who does that, but because I'm here in Parliament, I think I'm at liberty to say this. You'll find that in some of Igodi, there's money that is being paid there. And it goes further and further to all those things. And the Sukuma Sake is a structural platform which is going to be monitored constitutional. Do they have systems of ensuring that everything that will be happening there will be done according or within the ambits of the law? That will be the first one. Because they should be, while they are going to be introducing that, they should be aware of the situation whereby Nkosi Yesizwe will say something, this is going to be done like this, and it must have a way of ensuring that it's done constitutionally and in line with the prescripts of the law. So do they have systems on that? That will be the first one. The second one if you touch amakhosi, you must know that there is izinduna. So how are they going to navigate towards that? By traditional leadership, are we also talking about induna? It's my second question, or touched to that first question. That the second one, Usukuma Sake is assisting us in KZN, but the challenges that we have, it's the issue of resources. It's not resourced. You'll find that they don't have offices. Where they have offices, they don't have laptops. Where they have laptops, even human resource, you know. So I'm also seeking clarity on whether is there a budget. I know some of the questions that I'm raising might be better addressed at the level of the portfolio committee. But because OTP is here, I think Slalo, umuntu akasale se thathe advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As we want to appreciate the presentation, both by Umageza and also Usis Milner. They were very straightforward, but my worry is not them and the presentation. My worry is with the leadership, the political leadership and the departmental leadership. They are the ones that are failing the program. The reason why I'm saying that, I will start from the long ago. When we talk about IDP, that is Integrated Development Plan, they did not adhere to it. They don't even attend, they don't do that. So that besides the fact that we are putting these to try and work as one government, it always deflected. I was also going to ask, what is the role of COGTA in relation to OSS? Because my understanding, which is very fair, is not that much, that it should be the responsibility, because when I understand that cooperative governance, it means that they should be coordinating these programs to ensure that all departments goes there. But I think a vision is being missed by the people that are supposed to be leading them. Iyona problem esinayo la ukuthi, yes, we have a program ka OSS, we have a program ka DDM, but the people that are supposed to be leading it, they seem not to be understanding it in a manner that is expected of them. I would love to go beyond that, but in Zomalapo Slalo, I saw that for future. It's always the case that department wants to work in silos. Not only department, including the provincial and local government and national. They want to work as in silos so that we don't interfere with their departments, irrespective. But my understanding is that all developments are happening in a ward. So there should be an enforcement that must be done in respect to that. I'm saying that we don't have that will to make this work for all of us. In the experience, because hostility we told at a local government where we are supposed not to some that have been active from the province wanting to do as champions. And at times, even the ward councillor, they are not sure that they are what champions as per the guide and the program. Hence, you find them not participating in a manner that is done. Izimbizo is not going to make a contribution that much. If Izimbizo are there just to talk about what has been said, but Izimbizo will make a difference, Slalo, Chair of Chairs, if Izimbizo are going there to respond and bringing the responses because already we know what are the issues. But if you still go and call Izimbizo and listen to the people for the sake of listening to them, it's not going to work out. So people won't listen to us, and it will be what MEC waga finance uthi senza imbizo ezingenamsebenzi. But ke mina ngifisa ukuthi ngithi into ebangela oba i-DDM ingasebenzi i-corporations among stakeholders, particularly political and administrative, abafuna ukubambisana to make. Because to say that I'm here, I'm waiting to see, because this program was launched in 2019 by the president, to see one district at least that is trying to practice what the DDM stands for. Ukuthi bathi nanka ama project wonke aza kule district this year, i-Department of Economic Development uzokwenza lokhu, u-Department of Transport uzokwenza lokhu kule financial year and nge-amount engaka. That means that on the issues of development, this district is going to benefit 2 billion. I'm just making an example. Then that will mean that we have one plan, one budget. Otherwise, by one plan, one budget, it doesn't mean that all these departments must take the money to the district, because that is an attitude that we are having until we understand exactly what it means to deal with this DDM. Mina bengizothi as a champion, Mageza lapha, Office of the Premier, working with the COGTA, do this thing of explaining clearly what does that mean to have one plan and one budget, because it's like sifuna uzohlala ndawonye sisho ukuthi nansi imali siyishiye kwi-department kwi-district noma sizohlala ndawonye sivumelane ukuthi zothi is saying ukuthi in the plan of the provincial and national departments, these are the plans for KwaZulu-Natal in these districts, and these are the projects that are going to happen. Babhale phansi. Kanjalo ba committee ukuthi no province a committee wonke ama department ukuthi in this year naka ama project esizoba nawo kulama district, and this is the plan esinalo, and this is the wards are going to be affected, so that when they want what war rooms are sitting, they know exactly what is it that is happening, except the issues that are coming from the ground. But what is the plan that we are bringing forth to say we are planning ukuthi le ward nazi izinto ezizokwenzeka, ezinye zizokwenza kule iward kwezinye iward, ngeke zenzeke zonke kwi-ward eyodwa ngokufanayo. But at least we must come and bring something to say there is this service delivery, and this is the amount that is going to be put in this district for the entire district and the wards. So bengicabanga ukuthi ke mhlambe i-contribution yami ka-2 cent nje anginalo ulwazi kahle nami, ngiyafuna nje ukuthi mhlambe ingenza kanjani lento ukuthi isebenze, because it's a good vision and a good idea, but the implementers are not ready to accept it and deal with it. Sibonga nje ukuthi it's continuing. I think I support to chair on the issue of the functioning of action group, but if I was going to comment on that, I think that the thing is with the implementation of it at a level of officials and politicians as well. Yeah,
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I just want to say thank you to give me this platform to say something about these presentations. I also want to welcome these 2 presentations. OSS. Mr. Mbambo touches the issue of that project, housing project at Mthonjaneni. Mthonjaneni, there's been that housing project for some years. It's not completed yet, even now. Yes, we did engage with the department, but even the department didn't tell us when are going to finish that project. Now, to me, it seems as if local government and the department, maybe they're not working together in a good way. But if Mr. Mbambo can tell us, maybe he knows something about that project, that when it's going to be finished, people are still waiting for their houses. It's not yet in there for some years. Some other houses now are falling down. That's it going to to rebuild other houses, that is the waste of money, wasteful expenditure, that one. We don't know what happened to it. Secondly, I just want to applaud the issue of recognizing the potential of Amakosi and Izinduna in their areas. Yes, it's good enough. You cannot just go there in the area of Amakosi without saying anything, without getting any agreement to go there and do something. Now, if they say Amakosi, they're going to be on board, and the traditional leaders as well, I just become so grateful about that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think I want to firstly appreciate the inputs because I take some as inputs and then we're going to be adding them into our plans as the office and make sure that we work better because I think this structure, this committee does assist us. There was a first question whether Imbizo, they do make some impact. There are immediate interventions that are done on the day and they follow us, but I don't think we can simply say we are satisfied. We can look at, I can maybe provide the reports of all the past cabinet days where we are indicating that maybe in this district we are 80%, we are 70% or 40%, depending when did we go there. But at the end, when we talk about service delivery, I'm sure we should be talking about 100%. So there is that impact that it does, but we might not be at the point where we are saying we are satisfied. Yes, there is an issue of the functionality of the war rooms. I think it's been raised. You see, Honorable Chairperson, the Intergovernmental Act encourages the three spheres to work together. It does not compel or force them. So it does encourage them. So like it encourages that nationally, locally, so provincially and locally, they must work together. So it's the will of those leaders to ensure that they work together so that something does happen on the ground. So the functionality, therefore, the honorable member was making of the function of the war room. Some of them are not functional because of the issues. Some of them that might be political, some of them might be administrative. So I think we are, and also we are working with that department to ensure that we do trainings and so forth to make sure that they get implemented. And then I also note the issues of the consistency, that we need to be consistent in terms of how they are. Another member made an issue of the tools of trade. Initially, we were given, there was money initially at the also premium to provide for furniture, but due to the decrease in the financial pressures and so forth, whatever money we might have today might not be enough to buy all, but we are trying to look at other issues who can assist us in making sure that we do get the furniture, we do get the stationery, because some of the issues at the war room level are the issues of the stationery, so that they're able to capture the issues and go forward. The issue of one district, one pen, is it really working? It's a process, so that I can say. It's a process because at the end, it needs the collaboration and working together of all the spheres. So if all the spheres, they come in, they say, as our honorable member, Solemlo is saying, we will need to have a national minister who's going to come and inform all the stakeholders that I'm coming in this area. This is the project I'm coming with. And the local must say, okay, fine, will be our, for example, we will have so many combo courts that are lying around. They were built by DSEC, but municipality couldn't take responsibility. So the question is, who must do that? Because they are lying around, the municipality, they are saying, no, these combo courts were built, were not consulted, they were not part of our IDP and so forth. I think that's where we still need to work as a team. The issues of government departments. We have been seeing what I remember saying, DSD, health and education, they would have no reason not to be part of a war room because of their proximity of their numbers in general in the area. But now we have noted that there are departments that are not coming, but we're working on that one. But other departments like your area, they might be thin on the ground, but we are expecting them at one point, or they must have a mechanism. How do they collect issues that relate to them so that they can be processed? Because the issues are collected in the war room. Also the issue of the accountability, I think we noted that, and the issues of the champions. I think the champions, I'll leave it here. Sometimes really we do need support of a champion at a war room, the support of the local councillor, working with the mayor, the district mayor, the MEC, the minister. So I think there need to be that line that we cannot create, but that is a coherent of the politicians that they need to work together on that level. But we also try to brief and do those presentations. Yes, Honorable Mavimbel, I think we need to inform the legislature of, because they are eyes and ears and instilling the issues. I think there need to be that process to say, what is it that we do to make sure that all the spheres of government, even in the legislature as another arm, so we're able to do that. Yeah, I noted the issue of behavior of some of the local leaders, but remember, we're betting on the functioning of a war room. That anything will be discussed in a war room, because is in Duna, yes, they are. If you look at the presentation I did, they're also part of a war room. They need to be there in the war room. So whenever anything that is going to be implemented in the area, it must go to a room. But at some point, we do hear issues where there is a way of working that is not in line, and it does not go well with the systems of the community. Yes, I think I've dealt with issues of the resources, and we are looking at the alternate ways. We're trying even to include the other offices like your SARS. We also work with the other organizations like Alimdat. We've got an MOU with them to see what is it that they can assist us in the war rooms, especially in the districts where they are. The issues, yes, there was an issue of the issues of the IDP. The IDP and the one plan must be something that must be discussed at the same meeting. So to say, this is the plan of a municipality, this is the plan of a province, this is the plan of a national, so that we can do that. Yeah, I think yes, in Bizo, they do respond to issues, as I've said, but might not be like saying that they are responding to all of them now, but some of the issues that are raised are short-term, some of them are long-term. For example, Tegwin, I was saying there was a champions meeting where the Premier attended, the mayor, where they were catalysts, they were visiting all the catalytic projects around the Tegwin. So that's a way the DTM has been working at Tegwin. So it's one of the metros where the president launched it, and then we feel that it's where it works. Yes, it might have issues, but it does work. Lastly, the honorable member was asking about the issues of Mtwanjamneni. I don't have an answer to say what's told, but the challenge in those areas, I was just making an example of the issues that are there. For example, currently we have got OSS there. There was issue of water that was raised. That is still not there. So the water authority is still working to bring water, like I think the district, King Kechwa is the one that is supposed to bring water. So there's still the issue of water. But what I was raising on that matter was the issue of the planning stage to have all the spheres so that we can see the project going through. But otherwise, we appreciate all the comments. We are going to be including them in our plans going forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thanks, Mr. Mbambo, Ms. Milner, for your time. Honorable members, let's break for lunch. Now it's 2:15. We'll come back at 2:30. So that we finish by at least 3:30. The presentation by communication, it can't take more than 20 minutes. Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Mbambo and Miss Min, you can join us for lunch. Yeah. It's the same budget that buys this food. So let's all go and share. Thanks. on the last part of our program, we'll have a presentation on media relations management. We'll have a presentation from Mr. Ngumalo. Mr. Ngumalo, we have 30 minutes to present, not 45 minutes. 30.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Dr. Mahlaba. Let me greet all the committee chairpersons that are present here in this workshop. Indeed, Honorable Mahlaba, Chairperson of committees, I'm going to confine my presentation to the 30 minutes, not more than that you have allocated me. Chairpersons, I'm the manager of communications in the KZN Legislature, and our unit is located under Corporate Services Branch. And with me here is Mrs. Nosipho Mkhize, who's the head of the Corporate Services Branch. She's guiding me as I'm making this presentation before the Committee of Chairpersons. I'll start with the presentation outline, just to outline the key aspects of this presentation. Firstly, I'll start with the introduction, then give the overview of the presentation, and then move on to the core presentation and outline the key support functions. Because this presentation is intended to
relation to the communication support that we provide to committees. And we have deemed it fit to come before this workshop and present the nature of our work that we provide to committees so that we may receive feedback, guidance, and input so that we can be able to improve the support that we provide to your committees. The presentation covers what the unit performs in relation to the work of committees, how we are performing these key activities, the challenges that we have identified, and the action that we have taken to mitigate the challenges. Let me proceed to the next slide, which deals with the overview. The communications unit is responsible for providing an integrated and comprehensive communication service that is aimed at enhancing and strengthening the public profile, publicity, and engagement of legislative committees and sectoral parliaments. And our key responsibilities include the following. One, meet the liaison and services that we render to the legislature and its committees, focusing on managing relationships with print, broadcast, and digital media to facilitate accurate and timely coverage of committee activities. We also assist with the drafting of media statements for committee chairpersons, which involves the approval and dissemination of official statements on behalf of chairpersons and the legislative leadership. We also provide additional services that include the branding of all committee activities and programs, ensuring consistency in visual identity and messaging across all legislature platforms, and promoting the legislature as a arm of government, performing as which we are all aware of, which is oversight, public participation, and lawmaking. These are the exclusive and distinct functions which our institution perform that are not performed by any other arm of the state in the province. We also services, including the capturing of pictures of committee meetings, oversight visits, and parliamentary activities for archival, publications, website, social media posts, and promotional purposes. And we are also responsible for the publicity of legislative activities and programs through advertising. The last slide that deals with overview of our work. We are also responsible for producing infographics and digital posters for social media publicity of committee activities. That those include in the main oversight work of committees and stakeholder engagement activities of committees. We are also responsible for social media and website management, expanding the legislature's digital footprint and improving public access to information. We are also responsible for sectoral parliament support, enhancing the legislature's public profile and participatory platforms. Each functional area, as explained above, will be presented through a structured approach that outlines current service delivery processes, that identifies key operational challenges, because we are also going to be sharing in this presentation the challenges that we face as the unit. We also proposing practical and forward-looking interventions to enhance effectiveness, efficiency, and impact. Let me go straight to the challenges and the actions that we have taken to mitigate the challenges that we experience as a unit. In our support to the work of committees, we have realized that when we issue a meter, for instance, a meter alert to inform the meter about the activities of a committee, such as meetings, oversight, engagements, and so on, we have realized that a one-day notice period is insufficient for effective meter planning. But I will go to the interventions that we've introduced to mitigate this challenge. And we have also realized that, or we are now aware that the media houses and the newsroom in particular are now shrinking. As a result, there are very few journalists that are now employed in the media houses as a result of the growth of social media. Newsrooms these days are very empty. You go to the independent newspapers here in Mayville, you find that it used to be a hive of activity there. Now it's empty because of the retrenchments of journalists and the scaling down of operations in the newsroom. So very few journalists are now employed, and those who are employed are working from home. So they are even unable to go to the places where the news are happening. So they mainly rely on us feeding them with the news in the form of media statements, media advisory, and sound bites. And the media attendance, as I've alluded, and coverage remain at the discretion of individual media houses because of the scaling down of the newsroom. And the ongoing contraction of mainstream media has significantly reduced newsroom capacity, limiting the availability of journalists to attend committee activities. It's very hard these days to get journalists to come to the legislature when there are physical meetings because of what I've explained above, that the newsroom or the media houses no longer employ more journalists because of what I've said. The emergence of social media has actually put pressure on the media houses to employ more people, because now people consume news. Right now, some members are on X or Twitter or YouTube. We are busy consuming news. You don't wait now for the next day to buy a newspaper because news are readily available on your mobile phones that are internet enabled. So this has actually put pressure on the newsroom not to employ more journalists. So that's why you don't see a journalist in committee meetings, because there are very few, as I've explained, and most of them they don't even have resources to come physically to the legislature. They rely on us to provide them with what is happening in the legislature. The legislature has limited control over media attendance and coverage, as editorial decisions are determined by media houses based on internal resource availability. When we issue media statements, we have to use special angles to attract the coverage, and that actually requires special skills to do that. And the action that we have taken in order to mitigate these challenges that I've explained above, the unavailability, which relates to the unavailability of journalists to attend our activities physically. The action that we have taken, we stream all committee meetings and house sittings, so that and share the streaming links with the media through our media groups on WhatsApp, email facilities, and so on, so that the media is now able to access our virtual meetings, including our physical meetings, through the streaming that we share with them. Because when we stream, we also post agendas and so on. Proposed improvement, media alerts are issued at least 2 days in advance, not a day before, but we issue media alerts depending on the schedule. Then we issue media alerts to inform the media that a particular committee is sitting tomorrow on Wednesday, or a particular committee is conducting an oversight, and then we share all the details such as agendas and documents through the visual platforms. Chairpersons and members to actively share live streaming links with their constituencies. We are proposing that chairpersons, when they receive the links, the streaming links that we create we are also proposing that chairpersons should also assist in terms of sharing those links with their media contacts to broaden access to our committee activities. And we are also proposing that committee coordinators should distribute links to key stakeholders to broaden reach and engagement. This also includes the public participation unit, that they should also assist in terms of sharing the meeting links to the stakeholders, as they are responsible for managing the stakeholder database. And one of our key activity in relation to the support that we provide, as I've said earlier on, we develop meta statements. Sometimes we will develop a meta statement and submit it to the chairperson for approval, or in other cases, we are asked by chairpersons to draft a meta statement on their behalf for approval by them, and then for distribution after getting approval. Or sometimes chairpersons do develop the meta statements and request us to facilitate the distribution to media houses. Once approved, statements are disseminated through media houses, as I've said, and also posted on the website. And we also arrange media interviews for committee chairpersons on topical issues which may have arisen from committee meetings or oversight visits. But in the main, we utilize the mainstream media and community radio stations, who actually we have developed a very good working relationship with community radio stations and mainstream radio stations. They do provide us with platforms when we request them to have interviews with chairpersons. And we also coordinate and respond to media inquiries, because from time to time we receive a request or media inquiries from journalists asking about issues that they may have been discussed in committee meetings, and then we facilitate responses to those inquiries, including requests for documents and presentations that may have been presented in those committee meetings and house sittings. Challenges and action. We have experienced challenges in relation to delays in approval due to limited or no feedback from some chairpersons. Sometimes we develop or draft minister statements only to find that when we send them to chairpersons for approval, sometimes we experience delays in getting those approvals, and that results in us not being able to distribute them to the media timeously. And the other challenge that we have identified is the issue of missed media interviews due to non-availability of a chairperson. Sometimes you arrange a media interview, a radio interview, and everything is set, only to find that for some reason the chairpersons will not become available due to some engagements, and in those instances we are obliged to reschedule those interviews. Proposed interventions. There's an agreement on standard approval turnaround times for media statements. We also introduced the timeless communication of interview unavailability to enable rescheduling. Due to the relationships that we've built with especially radio stations, we are able to reschedule some interviews. Media engagement and interview skills capacity building for chairpersons in the next financial year. We are also planning with human capital management. There's a capacity building program on media management for chairpersons that is coming up in the next financial year, where chairpersons will receive a media training, including social media management. And the other key responsibility that we perform is branding. We are responsible for branding committee meetings and oversight visits in advance. This actually, the purpose here is to increase the public profile of the legislature, especially during oversight visits, so that the public can see that no, the legislature is here, and that helps to increase the legislature's visibility in the public domain. The challenge here, we are experiencing budgetary challenges in terms of increasing the branding material that we have. We reuse the branding material up to the point that sometimes it breaks during the traveling and so on. But the action that we have taken, we are procuring more branding material before the end of this financial year, and we expect delivery before February. And this also is going to be used during the official opening of the legislature and SOPA. And going forward, it's going to be used for committee activities. Photography, we render photography services to committee meetings and other activities such as oversight visits and sector parliaments. And the purpose here, as I've said, is to share information and increase publicity of legislature activities and programs. We use these photos on our WhatsApp groups to share with the media. We also use these photos on our publications and then social media platforms and the website. When it comes to using them on social media and the website, the photos are accompanied by relevant captions that explain the activities that would have happened in those particular programs and activities. The challenge here is insufficient professional cameras at our disposal, resulting in us using mobile phones, which is not ideal. But we are procuring additional cameras subject to budget availability that we have requested from the accounting officer and the CFO. Social media and website management. The unit is currently utilizing these platforms, X, which is formerly Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, to publicize legislature activities. We, as I've said earlier on, streaming mainly takes place on Facebook and YouTube, the streaming of committee meetings and legislature sittings. And we also post our information on these social media platforms, such as the weekly schedule, the news articles emanating from various committee activities. And the content is developed through committee discussions as we sit in committee meetings. So the content that we normally post on the website and social media platforms, we develop it from the discussions that emanate from committee meetings, with the support, of course, of researchers and committee coordinators, including content advisors. We work collaboratively with our counterparts to develop content, and they assist us a lot in terms of even checking the accuracy of content that we distribute to various platforms. The challenge that we have identified in terms of the website, currently our website is not user-friendly because of certain functionalities that are currently not available, but we are working with the ICT Directorate to improve the functionality of our website. We are going to be meeting with the service provider that is hosting our website to improve the usability, interactiveness, and accessibility of our website to make it more functional and user-friendly. And this will be concluded. This will be concluded before the end of March. Sectoral parliaments, our unit provides support to sectoral parliaments through the development and implementation of tailored communication plans for publicity purposes and to ensure that people are able to access our various sector parliaments, even virtually. Our plans include advertising and publicity, the issuing of press releases, pre and post-event media interviews, enhanced social media coverage following chairperson's feedback, branding of sector parliaments, and the provision of data-free live streaming, because we are aware that most of our people cannot afford to purchase data that would enable them to access or to connect to our sector parliaments. Working with the ICT unit, we facilitate a data-free access to our sector parliaments through our streaming. They don't pay. If you have got sector parliaments, they're able to access them without any purchase of data. Photography is our responsibility during sector parliaments, and we have also strengthened communication support to commissions, including attendance and resource allocation. Before commissions became part and parcel of sector parliaments preparations, our support was only limited to branding, but now we have taken full charge of communication support to commissions, including the profiling of commissions on social media platforms.
Now for 5 minutes, Madam Kaj.
Yes, Chairperson. In fact, that concludes my presentation, and I thank all committee chairpersons present for their attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, that was the presentation on communication. Remember, in our last meeting, we discussed the support that we need. That's the presentation, but you can, I think what is clear is that the unit itself is stretched. If you listen to the presentation, but maybe let me allow you to comment. Ngizogcina ngapha. Maphisi. Chazi. Kika.
Chairperson, thank you. We welcome the presentation. No, Slado, I think here one will try to be honest and fair as much as we can, because it's a reality that communication, it either makes a leader or breaks a leader. And as a person, you make a lot of observation in an institution when you are working, you even get tempted to make a comparison. I must say, Chair, that the communication team, they are not making justice when it comes to the treatment they give all chairperson. That is an honest fact. We even get tempted to compare with how do they do isn't when it comes to Mapisa, how do they do things when it comes to Honorable Masego. Then singaze sigcine se kuba ne-tension unnecessary. Allow me, Chair, to make a typical example. You have an oversight on Thursday. You get the approval a week before. You then make your planning with your team. Guys, a person who is responsible for communication must make a post. Who is responsible for this must do this. All other people, they do it. And a person who is responsible for a poster, he gives you a poster ngo-8 ebusuku programming akusasa. Who are you communicating to ngo-8 ebusuku? Who are you alerting ukuthi you will be doing a particular program ngalelo langa? We are not communication gurus, but we are living emhlabeni namhlanje ka communication. You know that when you have to get attention yabantu, You must post something between on 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning so that it will capture the attention yabantu kushona ilanga nantambama bekwazi ukuyibona. Secondly, Honorable Chair, the very same people, unless kuzogcina sebesicabanisa nje sisodwa kube sengazathi kunokunye kanti akukho yibo, because this is a political space. I think I am ngibeka kahle. Kuzoze kube sazathi kunokunye kanti akukho. Umaphisa, they take perfect pictures. They even the content they share iyasho ukuthi it's Maphisa and the committee. But ku Honorable Ndebele, eyithombeni ezu-64 uvela kancane nakhona ngendlela that is not professional. And the content, because you see, Chair, Chair, you feel like you are a passenger in your own committee. The attitude in these communications, guys, I don't want to lie, it's out of order. And we are matured enough to detect that it has got nothing to do with politics. Ukuphapha nje kwama officials efuna ukufaka inyaweni emkenke epolitikini. Certain. I withdraw the chair. But Chair, I think honestly something needs to be done. You know, even because honestly we are being tempted now to ukubuka ukuthi benze njani kubaba uMsimango kumasiko kumhlonishwa uPhrase. They will push you on under FM. But when you look at Honorable Masiko bamgaxa koGagasi FM kuphi kuphi, I'm making an example. You see, it's something that I think there must be an improvement, but it may not be the matter of media houses. Simple basics. When you must also aware that you are embarking on an exercise, create a poster, communicate. Where they go to a level of making ucheck baba uMsimango poster, it had full attention. Eyami phaphathekile njengazathi bishawa lezulu. Those are izinto esizibukayo that we strongly feel ukuthi kumele kube ne-improvements khona. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And yeah, siyabonga ni presentation, Chair. I think the first thing, Chairperson, I was one of the members who requested in the last meeting that we get a presentation from communications, Chairperson. One thing that we need to agree on, seated around this table, that communications for us as the legislature is not just the add-on. It's a must, Chairperson. It's important because we are public representatives. So for transparency purposes, for accountability purposes, as well as public trust, we need the communications component of the legislature to live up, Chairperson, to our expectations as committees and as chairpersons of committees. My experience, Chairperson, with the communications unit of the legislature is that it is inconsistent in the way it offers support to committees. Yes, the presentation is there. We note the challenges. We note what ought to be done, but it's not what is happening in reality. I think we need, Chairperson, to really live up to the expectation. There's a serious gap that is existing between what is outlined in the presentation and what is our own practical experience in these committees that we are serving in. And we need to really, Chairperson, as the presentation is saying, that we are living currently in the digital, world, the social media, but I don't think we are maximizing what is there for us. And some of these things don't even need resources, they need creativity on our part. I agree with Honorable Mapisa on everything that he has raised. The quality of what is given to us leaves much to be desired. Posters, Mina, my support sometimes would say that, nah, I can't develop posters and I'm not getting support from other people who can. And he will give me a poster that Namangi Buganje and I would post it on social media. It's really laughable. The quality of pictures that is taken also leaves much to be desired. I sometimes wish that he could take my phone and use my phone instead of the one which is partly cloudy when the pictures are taken, Chairperson. And it's as if they are doing us a favor. The statements, media statements, I don't know whether I'm expecting too much when we are expecting for the communications to at least sometimes, you do have powerful stakeholder meetings or even committee meetings where you'd expect that whatever resolutions that are taken in that committee meeting will be communicated, but it's never done, Chairperson. A summary that the portfolio committee or premiers committee met, these were the engagements, these were the resolutions, a statement that is in that nature. We never get those. So the interaction that we have with the communications teams that are supporting our portfolio committees, it's really frustrating, Chairperson. I agree that in terms of the support that is given to sectorial parliament has been beefed up, but it has taken a lot of complaints and sometimes they never even pitch where you expect them to pitch. Last year, we had a sectorial parliament that was taking place. I think it was the youth parliament. On the eve, Chairperson, of that sectorial parliament, there was not even a single poster that was developed. No media statement, nothing. But there were sectorial parliaments that had taken place before then that had, expectedly that every time we have a sectorial parliament, this is what we do. But you'd be surprised that probably when we sit another one, we'll have to fight for things that we know that are just common sense. We have to do those things, but we never do them, Chairperson. We have to fight all the time with the team so that we are able to get what is expected. And it's important that we communicate these things, whatever activities that we're doing as the legislature to the communities, because the expectation as public servants and representatives is that we are doing work. But visibility too through the work of the communications unit in the legislature is never there. So we are pleading, Chairperson, for the communications unit to give us work and support that is consistent and ever present in the committee works that we are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Zombie. Both hands.
Yeah, these Newcastle people anyway, thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Chair, you are a medical man and you've definitely worked in an operation theatre and probably taken out some appendix yourself and things like that. And I learned early on in surgery that there are 3 very important rules that also apply to politics. And those three important rules, number one is visibility, the second one is visibility, and the third one is visibility. So if you're not exposing something properly and you can't see something or make it visible, then it never happened. And the work of the legislature is like that. If we sit in our committee rooms and we do things and people don't know about it, they think that we sip tea the whole day and do no work. It's the analogy of the forest. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody talks about it, then it never fell. So it comes back to that. For example, we received today on our WhatsApp group the social media links to this meeting. And some of us posted it on our social media. And while the meeting was carrying on, particularly when the PSC was doing their presentation, a journalist contacted me who was watching on social media and had some questions to raise about health issues that were raised in there, which we were able to respond to. So I think that's important. So if we receive the support, not only through the social media means that the legislature provides, we can even use our own, and our members can use their own to disseminate information about our work. Over the years of having served in the legislature, I have put together a group of journalists on a broadcast group. I'm just looking at that group now. It is true that not all of them are there anymore. But if I look at that broadcast group and the number of people that I've interacted with as journalists over a number of years, they amount to 169 people. So when we put these things out, and I urge the honorable chairpersons to do these kinds of things so that they can get their messages out there and not totally be reliant on them. Notwithstanding all of the matters that have been raised by the honorable chairpersons before me, my fellow colleagues, is absolutely spot on. So that is said. When Mr. Ngumalo was speaking about infographics, we were looking at each other and asking where, what infographics? Because I can't remember when was the last one that was put out on any committee work that I was doing. Probably it was, but I didn't see it. So I don't know where it is. With regards to putting out statements from the committee, this is like visiting the dentist. Very difficult, very painful. I even raised it from the podium in the legislature. If you look at, and I raised it thus, I received a draft from Wes, who does my media for my committee, and the whole media statement was full of spelling errors. And when I asked him why it's full of spelling errors, he says because the keys on his laptop are missing. So he just had to type and carry on. So that is why I said it from the podium, that their laptops look like the mouth of a 6-year-old whose teeth are falling out. So they also need to be capacitated. And on the issue of the cameras that were raised, you don't need a camera these days. Honorable Chair of Quality of Life is correct. If you have a good quality phone that serves a dual purpose, and for those of us who serve on stack off, we know that the legislature doesn't have money to buy cameras. It would be better to give those people who give us media support proper phones whose cameras these days are better than some of those fancier cameras. So that is something to keep in mind, Chairperson, as we go forward. So our support staff must be given the devices and tools to support us. I think that's very important. So, Chairperson, those are just a few things that we need to keep in mind. I think my colleagues have definitely covered us very, very well, one more robustly than the other. But there we go. Is that how you ask for it?
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not greetings to you, your good self and the meeting. Chair, I don't think I will be long now because I think I'm covered by my fellow colleagues. But Chair, I will have a suggestion rather. Will also emphasize our message is, in fact, I don't think we do have it. Now, as a result, I will suggest that, Chair, probably in your next meeting of Chair of Chairs, let's allow the department that deals with media to come out with a media communication strategy that will be presented to us. And then there are a few things that must form part of that. We must be reported, Chair, about their list or their group of journalists that they work with. Because they ought to categorize all journalists, just like Honorable Dr. Kika is saying with group, but you must also distinguish them based on a clusters. I think we must then have that particular report that says that. We must know the media breakdown strategy before an event. For example, the legislature normally releases its activities on Friday. So by Friday, you need to know that you are releasing, and then from there, you need to develop a poster. And from having developed a poster, you must begin countdowns. And then from countdowns, there must be a wrap-up message. And then from there, you must be able to develop clips. They should be, by now, presenting to us how are they having a podcast, for example, where committee of chairs, members of the legislature will be able to articulate issues. They rely more, in my view, on putting those links. Those links don't work for ordinary folks. They only work for allocated journalists who are allocated, for example, on environmental affairs. He might sit down and listen throughout. But what really works now, if you go through about TikTok and any other thing, are short clips. I will make an example because we had a visit by Gauteng. It was well publicized, well covered because of what? It was not because we insisted. I had to tell with what to call a communication rate. But if you fail, then I bring in my own team because bona they believe the program my over long, just putting one message. Yes, you don't do that. Every program we are distinguished. Ukugqoka komuntu okwiposter uyahlukanisa usuku nosuku njalo mayiphela upublisher eyangakusasa engasasho yonke into mawuye Richards Bay ukhuluma nge Richards Bay so that those abane interest lapho will be able to follow. So we'll do need a comprehensive media plan enama breakdown. Angenza example ngalo mhlangano wakho lo esiku. Two things i-communication yethu eyenzile. Ngeke kukhale ngokungabi bikho kwama-resource bonke osihlalo bala mabe bonke osihlalo bala kukhishwa iposter kuphela ngale ndaba kwafakwa ilink abantu abenze i-wrap up of today's activity it's finance and bayenza ngendlela yabo but the whole chair and all chairpersons are here but ma communicate lento a day kumele wazi ukuthi ma ufika ekseni you distinguish communication umsebenzi wakho almost 3 times pre-event, during the event, and post the event, and post the event with a wrap-up poster from someone who's a principal. So we'll need that comprehensive communication strategy. But also what is frustrating, government ought to be something serious. Logo, that particular logo and the emblem has its own prescribed policies and rules. You don't put ufika ama posters sometimes ilogo ika left ilogo ika right isenzansi ikuphi there is no standardized way of doing ama poster mina ngike ngathi babangenzela iposter bathi no abekho ngathi fine I will bring my own person but abanayo umshini othile amanye ama committee abena so it must be standardized is centralized because noma ungamnayo material to allocate ukuthi bani deal with ama posters ube wazi ukuthi Friday we are dealing nama program and nama posters must be ama posters that are visible that is keyword that can be able to show and iy'thombe zakhona different program rotate. Those basic things. But what will really assist us is that we must then receive a comprehensive communication strategy. We must corner abambe by empowerish bas presentele so that we comment and then we adopt and say it's in a standardized way yokusebenza. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think the comments are clear, but because we're in this meeting, honorable members will withdraw airman sense, you see. Airman sense. Yeah, let's withdraw that. And Mr. Nguman, don't know if you want to comment, just briefly, but I think from, oh, your hand was up here. Okay. Okay, Angani Mkhaji.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll be very brief. I actually had a question in full view of what the colleagues have shared. I wanted to ask if we have a policy that regulates what we are discussing. Because in the absence of a policy or a framework, then you'll have all the different things happening that colleagues are talking about. So my question is around, is there a policy that regulates the current discussion? And if there isn't, then probably there is the direction that we should take. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, just briefly, Kajo. I think what is important from the meeting is the message is we need more support from communication. So that the work that we do is put out there. You know, the perception of people when you go to my village, because sometimes the only time they see people from parliament, it's on TV. I mean, we don't watch TV in my village. You know? We watch it at night. I'm talking about my village where I come from. Now, you see, then sometimes they will see a clip of a person sleeping, then they will think we are forever sleeping. So how we publicize our work is important for us to also boost the confidence of people to what we do here. Maybe before Mkajwa, you come in, you want to come in, comment from corporate service before Mkajwa comment. Just briefly, comment, and then Mkajwa also comment a brief, but I think in the next meeting, we need that media communication strategy. We need to have it. It's going to solve most of the frustrations that we're talking about here.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the honorable chairpersons and colleagues. On my side, I just want to thank all the chairpersons for giving us feedback in relation to the concerns that they've raised, and we've definitely taken notes, and we will be looking at each and every item that has been addressed in us improving our functionality. But also we've also taken suggestions. Chairperson, we will definitely present the communication strategy. It is existing. We do have a new one that was developed. So in the next meeting, we will also present that, but we'll also present a plan in terms of what has been raised here, so that we are able to say what is it that we are implementing immediately, but also those that we'll implement in midterm and long term, given the limited resources that we have. But we acknowledge the fact that there are mistakes that have been noted by the chairpersons, and we are hopeful that we will be able to improve our functionality. So we'll pay close attention to the team as well. I noted the issue of the attitude and also the inconsistencies in terms of provision of support to the different chairpersons. So it's something that is important to look at as well, but also issues of quality that have been raised. I think it's one of the issues which Mkajwa missed there, because one of the issues that we were discussing is that we don't have to use a free Convo Pro. We are now procuring a license so that we access more tools so that it produce more quality work in terms of the posters, but also in terms of the cameras. We have agreed that we need to beef up our spec so that it also produce quality pictures. But also in terms of the chairperson, Honorable Giga, I heard you were speaking about WES and not having a laptop. I'm hoping that you're not going to have that problem anymore, because we have procured new laptops and all staff members have been given new laptops. So if a staff member is raising a challenge in relation to a laptop, I'll appreciate that it's raised with me, because it would mean they're not actually doing what they're supposed to do. But in a nutshell, Chair and all the chairpersons, we appreciate the feedback, and we will definitely try and pull up our socks in terms of providing support as required. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, it's fine, Mkaj. The response. Thank you very much. Sibashayela ihlombe, siyabonga. Sibonge kakhulu. We are now moving towards closure. Before that, Honorable Brett had requested to share something with us, 5 minutes.
Chairpersons, thank you. To my fellow chairs, honorable members, I wanted to share this information with you because it happened to us in Scopa, and I believe it could possibly be part of a trend going forward. So this past week in Scopa, we were meeting with various departments, and in the afternoon session, we began an engagement with transport, and unfortunately, we were not without our opposition friends. We were not quorate. So if they walked out, we were not quorate. On this particular, et cetera, and I believe that those members had worked out that if they created that sort of difficulty, because they insisted the MEC must come and speak in person. But we explained hybrid is allowed. So that was the argument. But it was not, okay, Chair, we respect your position. It just went on and on and on and on and on. And I had to make a compromise, which we sorted it out, and we saved the day. But I just wanted to share with my fellow chairs that I believe that this sort of action could well become common throughout the year. And if you have a full quorum there from the GPU side, you would be able to eject them or ask them to leave, and it would not collapse your meeting because you'd still have a quorum. So I just wanted to raise that. Just be aware, try and make sure that we've always got our quorum from the GPU side, because if our opposition see we don't, they may try and disrupt our meetings. That's all, Chair. I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me hand over to Honorable Kunene, Deputy Chair of Committees, to give us the way forward.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Right. We thank the engagements that you have had since this morning. And our focus, and when we sought outcomes from the workshop, was to empower us as chairpersons of various committees to be able to gather further insights on the resources and conditions of service delivery in the province, thereby positioning ourselves for improved and effective oversight that will lead to changes in lived experiences of the people of our province. On the budget issues, from the presentation by the Provincial Treasury, we were advised of the serious financial constraints that the country and the province is facing. A key takeaway was the protection of frontline departments. It therefore becomes important that in our oversight work, we strengthen our assistance to the government, including the legislature, by pointing out proposing areas where to cut off the frills so as to maximize the financial resources and direct them to where they are needed most. Towards implementation of this area, committees are requested to ensure that they utilize internal audit report and priorities. Departments and entities are required to provide evidence before submitting draft budgets to the Provincial Treasury. Committee stakeholder sessions on the budget are an important vehicle through which this process is undertaken. In-year monitoring. Portfolio committees have access to monthly and quarterly financial performance reports, that is the IYMs and IRMs, for oversight. They are expected to use these reports to monitor departmental spending, assess variances, and ensure corrective actions are taken where necessary. Performance and expenditure tracking. Committees should review detailed budget performance reports prepared by Treasury at the end of each quarter and mid-year, using these to engage departments on financial performance and service delivery. Rollovers and transfers. Committees play a role in overseeing a request for rollovers of unspent funds and ensuring that transfers and subsidies are used for intended purposes with proper internal controls and closeout reports. Final budget submission. The departments must engage portfolio committees prior to finalizing budget submissions, and Treasury briefs the Finance Portfolio Committee on both budget submissions and in-year performance. Lastly, each chairperson and their technical support need to meet with Treasury in order to be able to be given access to the dashboard so as to track spending and to properly and timelessly analyze financial performance. The legislature committees are still able to invite budget analysts from Treasury to share key insights with them in preparation for engagement with departments. Chairpersons are reminded of this relationship so that they continue utilizing it to benefit financial prudence in the province. Service delivery inspections. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 committees should include the items on their agendas in order to ensure that there is action taken by the department. This is to provide belts and braces to the recommendations on corrective measures proposed by these inputs. The reports on investigations to be submitted to the legislature for tracking, that is the PSC report. On the issue of pertaining national department with footprints in the province, the PSC and Office of the Premier would be requested to provide progress report on implementation of the recommendations. The DDM, District Development Model. Oversight responsibilities for committees. Committees should monitor the effectiveness of DTM structures, including the participation and performance of departments in war rooms and district forums. committee would have to verify with their departments whether their projects are communicated with municipalities and whether there is corresponding co-planning at municipal level to ensure co-terminality of projects. Effectiveness of committees stroke programming activities. Chairpersons have clearly raised with concerned with inadequate time allocation that renders committees ineffective in their oversight work. The current 2.5 hours is not enough for committees or to thoroughly engage on financial oversight issues. The matter of programming model therefore needs to be raised with the program committee. Reporting by chairpersons. We shall be updating the chairpersons reporting template so that it guides committees on all areas that chairpersons report on in our quarterly meetings. Communications support to communities. While we acknowledge that there are resource constraints in communications unit, it is critical to highlight that the work of the legislature makes communication a critical and a key activity where the legislature's work must be profiled for information of and to ensure public trust. A media communication strategy should be shared with the chairpersons at the next meeting. The legislature must be requested to continue resourcing and capacitating the communications unit to ensure that the community work and the work of the legislature is profiled. This is what we summarize as the way forward on the deliberations of today's meeting, Honorable Chairpersons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Mavimbela. Get you. Yes. Yes. Well captured. Thank you. Honorable members, thank you so much for your time. From the management, thank you so much for organizing. The team from the committee, coordinator, Paga, thank you for the coordination. We've come to the end of our program. Honorable members, hopefully we got something out of it. And going forward, it's gonna assist us to perform our duties. So sizohamba kahle, siye emakhaya. Be safe. God bless you. Thank you.